his name should be pronounced Chukwuemeke or something of that nature. It was very silly, to say the least.
Chukwu is from Niger State. Chukwu is an Eastern name from Niger.
Chukwuemeke and not Chukwuemeka.
The Chukwu there is from Sokoto.
Yes, so follow me, see. It was so silly to hear, it was unbelievable. But, I also heard stories of an uncle a distant uncle, not really a close family, who after the war began to claim he's from the Igbo speaking part of River State just to curry favor. I think the discrimination, what came about all this border, not even border, I mean the boundary Igbos who surround other ethnic groups, what came about this is because of the discrimination after the Civil War. People couldn't get jobs once you had an Igbo sounding name. People couldn't, things didn't come easy. So some of these people had to twist their names just to curry favor from the government or curry favor outside of the government. Organizations were not even hiring, like companies were not hiring if you were Igbo. And these companies were being run by other tribes.
Even the former IG have changed his name and everything, Michael Kiro.
What's his full name?
Yeah, the Inspector General of Police. He's from Imo State, but he had to claim Rivers just to join the Nigerian Police Force then.
Exactly. So this guy till death, this uncle, this distant relative.
Damascus. There's one actress called Stella Damascus. It's not her name.
I know her.
It's during the war. Their parents changed their name to Damascus, but I think it's Azikiwe or something like that.
She's from
name.
But she's from.
Take a look at that.
Una they talk the Damascus. This boy of Binimol of us.
Okay, guys, hold on, please. Let her finish, please.
Okay, no vex.
Lady, go.
So, it's disappointing to say the least. Nobody is begging anybody to be Igbo, but the truth is that had this war gone the other side, people are more would have been, had it been that we won this war or Biafra came to be, this story would have been different. Nobody will be denying that they're Igbo today. But the truth is that anybody say danger, war has its consequences, and it is what it is. So nobody's forcing anybody to be Igbo. But I'm even amazed, Chuka, you were saying that those in Ikwere and all of that are surprised they're Igbo. Really? It could be possible that it's of this generation, right? Maybe generation you and I. But anybody who should be 70, 80 cannot tell me that they don't know that they're Igbos. I mean, are you not having trauma that you are so forgotten that you do not know? It's not possible. So it's I don't know how to put it. To even learn that, I remember when Igwe died, may he so rest in peace. The argument came up that he's not Igbo. He's not Igbo. It's all part of the name change. I'm sure if you go a little bit backwards, Igwe should have an N in front, right? Igwe's father fought on the Biafran side. Igwe's middle name is Onyebuchi. Onyewuchi or something of that nature. He even sounds very Igbo-ish.
What does it mean? The son of a king. Will they argue that one is also not an Igbo name?
His middle name even sounds Imo-ish. It's more Ongwa-ish than even their own Onyewuchi or something. Onyewuchi is not. Onyebuchi is Anambra. Onyewuchi is what you get around Imo and Abia. And they're not far off. Like, it's just the water that divides. It's not even water, self. They and all those other people, Abia State is just the boundary. So this is the consequences of the military. They were intentional in their act.
Go on.
They were truly intentional in their act. It was to divide and conquer. How best, and you're right, when oil was found in that area, it's how best do we reduce these people in size? And that's the reason why Buhari was so proud to call us dot, right? They've kind of carved us out and made us a small dot. So it was funny to him. And well, it's a shame, but I didn't even know there was Igbos in Edo State. This is my first time hearing it. I wasn't even aware that it was in those state. I know there's Kogi. I think those who were supposed to be in today's Ebony or Ebony side, some of them are, and then will find themselves in Kogi. It's interesting to know that. But it is what it is. Keep up the good work you do, Chuka, and the host of this space. Well done for putting it together. There's no need. I don't know the reason, and the poison keeps being sown day after day. That the young generation, the other lady that was busy on Twitter cussing people out, she said, she said something about either, God forbid, something about Igbo people. Lo and behold, her name is one Neka. Her last name is one. I think she's from and current and Neoma. It's so
Yeah,
ridiculous.
thank you
Like you're
so much.
cussing your own self.
Thank you so much. I wish that girl could go to Ireland. Let her go to Galway or Cork or Dublin. Then meet anybody that is in his or her 60s or 70s and says, "Oh, I am a Nigerian. I am from the southeast. My name is Nwaneka and I'm not Igbo." That person will look into your eyes and call you a monkey because you're a very stupid person.
They
The
don't
Irish
know.
people today, they know much about Nigeria than most Europeans in the whole of Europe. Do you know why?
I agree with you because I met this guy who was Irish at an event, and he told me his uncle was among the relief people in Nigeria during the war. He came from a strong Catholic family. He told me his uncle was among those who brought in relief to Biafra. I gave him a hug. I truly did.
I
He
said
said
these people they know much
he
about.
told me his
Are you aware
family
that ladies,
held Biafra, was they hold Biafra so dear. And I told him, truly, I'm Igbo. You're not far off. I mean, it was my people you guys were helping. I gave him a hug.
if you meet
And unfortunately,
if you meet these typical Irish people that know about Nigeria very well, when they tell you like I'm like, but you're not born then, they'll be like, yes, our parents told us, our grandparents told us. I'll be like, oh my god.
it's sad. It's
Till
sad.
today they
The
still
only thing is that the poison is still being sown. The poison is still, how do we educate ourselves? Education is key. And even the Igbos in Cross River, as I heard, I won't be surprised. I
lady,
don't know if the
lady,
people from
even
Lali
if
Moke's
you go to
side
Ivory
is Igbo.
Coast, if you go to Ivory Coast, I've met Igbos from Ivory Coast. I've met Igbos from Guinea. Is it Equatorial Guinea? I'm like, what?
Guinea-Bissau.
He said, no, Guinea Equatorial
Okay.
Guinea, and one other country again. I think is it Congo? I can't
I
recall.
know
Is it Congo?
Congo now.
Today's
Congo,
Panya,
yes. I've
today's
met
Panya has a lot of Igbos. Today's Panya, I don't know what it's called today. Is it Panya or
it's Congo.
Barandapo, whatever it
Yes,
is?
They
It
have
has a
them.
lot
yes,
of
Panya,
Igbos.
Panya.
I was
My
like,
mom grew up in Cross River State, and she said her classmates who were ferrying from what is it called? Ferrying from Panya were
Bakassi.
Igbos, but they all grew up there. That's where they were born. So she had classmates who they lived there. They were in boarding school. They ferried over at the beginning of school and went back at the end of school. So I mean, we're not as small as they say we are, but it's an intentional act. It's unfortunate that those who are denying today are the very poor ones, not even the rich ones. The rich ones, no, they're just the poor ones who are the ones denying themselves just to be something. My classmate then, who was Chukwuemeka, was busy claiming to be Chukwuemeka. It was funny. I don't know whether we're supposed to clap for him,
Thank you
right?
so
The whole
much.
class, the whole
Thank,
class is
thank,
mostly Igbo. But anyway, keep up the good work, Chuka, and
thank you so much.
anyhow, if you need encouragement any way possible, please keep up the good work. It's so much information and so much
Thank you so much.
education to know and learn.
Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much.
everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good evening, guys. Hope you guys are good. Sorry earlier on for today's wahala. I don't know, they were just busy jamming my space. It was crashing like every 10 minutes. But now we are done for the day, so we are fully back. If your name is Ad, anyway, I know apart from Igbos, the other people that also answer Ada as their own names are those from Benue. I think Idoma or so. And those ones, when they speak their language, if you put ear for ground very well, if you confirmed Igbo person, put ears for ground very well, you will pick some words when those from that place are speaking. Those from Benue. You don't be like, what did that guy name? Where's the name Shukudi from Anyocha? What did that guy name from Wari? When you guys here, he said his name was Shukudi. I was like, how can your name be Shukudi? It is Shukudi. I like it with Shukudi. Oh, Jesus Christ. I beg. All of na Mazi, all of na we don't marry. When I try to speak Igbo language, given our kids, communicate with them in Igbo language. Please. And please endeavor once a year or every 2 years, you send your kids home. In fact, take them to your grandparents or your aunties in the village to stay with them for like 1 month. When they learn 1 or 2 things. How can a grown person in your 30s here, you can't even pronounce Chukudi. You're calling Shukudi. Even though MC Olu must have not even pronounce them better than you. Huh? I don't care. I don't really care. But hold on, please. I don't care. Makachi, are you there? Are you there? Sorry. I don't know. I'm gonna have breakfast today.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Are you there, sir?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Sorry, can you guys hear him? His network is bad.
I can hear him. Or me myself, I can hear him.
It is breaking. I don't know why. Makachuku, are you there?
I know, man, bad chief. How you doing?
What kind of chief? People they don't go find me in my village. I am not.
No wrong. No wrong.
They go find me because
Stand where you stand. I greet you, sir. I greet everybody.
Welcome, boss. Welcome.
Ndi Igbo in Delta, Edo. I think we have Igbo in Benue State too. Some of these places.
Exactly. When they talk, when they say Anya. In fact, that Anya is even when Igbo speak each other, they'll be like Anya. They will say Anya Nibeya. So those in Benue, they will say Anya.
Something. Even this Shukwu, the way they talk, I feel it's like dialect. And again, since they take for all these and Warri side, they have their own is it intonation?
Yeah,
so they just have the way of saying something. So I feel that it's still correct the way
it's still correct. Yes, that's true.
Yeah. So, but for me, I don't think any Igbo man is afraid of have a fear of this Biafra. I don't think any Igbo man that knows he's an Igbo man have a fear of Biafra. Maybe you say all these other regions, other tribes. Maybe all these guys that would be like, you're trying to subjugate them, you're trying to erase their name, which is fine. I understand their fears too, but I'm not calling on. For me, I prefer a Biafra or something that only Ndi Igbo will be there. Just everybody should just do their thing. I pray the Akwa Ibom, they should have their own country, or we can just form something like a union. Ndi Igbo will be there. All these other tribes will have their own country too, their own prime minister, president, anyway they want to do it. But for an Igbo man, there is no fear of Biafra or something to govern yourself. All those things, no day. The only thing where you feel talk is like most people are just like, okay, which way do you want to get it? Many people don't want to fight another war, don't want to see destructions, or people don't want to die, starvations or suffering, which is fine. So, but that's what I feel. Nobody is like really scared. Then you see all these other Igbo people. Like there's this guy I met my first week, or is it my first year in Canada? Then I was like, what's your name? The guy was what's his name? Ekene. I was like, oh, you be the first Igbo guy I don't meet. One name you then this was funny because I was like, you be the first Igbo guy I don't meet for this city. Do you know what this guy told me? He said he's not Igbo, he's Edo. I said, I wasn't shocked because I've been hearing some people saying that.
But he is right now.
No, this is like the first time. Mostly I just
but he is right. Ekene is Edo. Ekene Lichuku. There's no Chuku there. So since there's no Chuku, so it's not Igbo.
No.
When I say Ekene Lichuku, As it's
This
complete
one
Kogi.
shocked. This one shocked me because I was like, because I've been meeting other tribes, right? I don't see Niger, I don't see even Ghana and everybody. I was like, I never see Igbo person for this. Which kind of city I enter like this? Then I met this guy. I don't see Igbo person. He said he's not Igbo. He said, that's okay. I know follow and drag because I've been seeing all these things. And I'm of the belief we should just leave everybody. I think the thing about identifying with people is not about you telling them you are Igbo or something. It's about the success. We as in the Igbo, we are not doing very well right now. Like we, the way we think we are, I think it's just in our head. We are not really doing it. We're not putting it out there. So when we start doing things, people will want to associate with you. That's the thing. Even if it's that five eastern state, southeast state, and we find a way to be independent on our own and we start doing something. I just believe that people, it's just like you see this stuff happening with Ukraine and Russia, especially somebody like Vladimir Putin. Igbo people can have one day a president or prime minister like Vladimir Putin that will want to get all those other Igbo states or other Igbo lands that are out of Southeast and bring them back to the main piece. That's um, one way to do it. Then another way to do it is just like you see some of all these other Igbo people because you are already doing well. They'll want to join you because that's what some of the Ukrainians we are doing, especially the Russian speaking part. They want to get back with the Russian side. They want to join them back. So when they start clamoring for joining back to their brothers and everything, something like this same thing you see Anyama people doing. But I think for Anyama people now, it's more of like politics or something like that. But we don't know. But it's still good anyway. So when you see your brothers asking to come back, then it's very easy. It's not something you fight. It's recognized everywhere. Everybody is free to join anywhere they want to stay. So this is how you get your people back and your lands back. So the main thing I would just say is like we should try doing better of ourselves. Then try getting it right. All this other stuff are just simple thing. And especially when we have that leader that is just like, these things people say about tribalism. I don't think we Igbo people will start practicing when we start doing it like everybody's when we start doing this tribalism thing like everybody is doing it in Nigeria, then you will see we'll start looking out for ourselves more. Forget all these we are trying to be everybody's keeper or something, brother's keeper, all these things to do. We should look out for ourselves. Look out for ourselves. Then once we have survived, we don't chop finish, and then we can start letting others eat. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you so much. Wonderful submission. Thank you so much. Um, some some people need to unlearn too many things they were told, too many lies that were told to them by the Nigerian government. Okay. This na story we didn't tell them where they're going to inherit. Now then, no. We have too much to unlearn. A lot to unlearn. Anyway, thank you so much. Um, in the fee form, you get here they put Delta Igbo for form. You guys can't just deceive yourselves. Anyway, yes, I don't care. I don't care. Are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Good day to you, sir.
All right, thank you so much.
Welcome. Boss.
I don't know, for one reason or the other, I actually didn't hear the last speaker. So but I was hearing everyone except him. So I'm not sure exactly what he said.
Okay,
But
next time just allow the host or the co-host. They will take them to listeners section and bring you back up. It should be network Twitter glitch or something. Eh?
all right, okay.
Yeah, all right.
No worries.
Go on, please.
No worries. So Igbos in Delta, Edo, Rivers, Kogi, their fears of Biafra and Yoma states. I think the one of, let me start with Biafra. The problem is, I believe that not even all Igbos in the southeast actually believe in Biafra. Yes, they might not actually want to be in Nigeria, right? But they might not necessarily believe in Biafra. So I wouldn't say it's just a problem of the Igbos that are outside the southeast. I'm very sure I've seen a lot of Igbos that are even from the so-called southeast that they still don't even want the Biafra. So one, there's an Igbo guy that I know, right? And I told him to his face, I said, but you know Igbo now. He said, yeah, so but the problem is that Biafran thing. So the problem is the Biafra agitation. A lot of them don't even want that Biafran thing, but they don't mind. Okay, they don't mind identifying themselves as the Igbo or a bigger Igbo nation. But that word Biafra triggers something in them. That is moving away from that. The truth about the matter is, all these people are Igbos. That is a fact. Because how do you know a group of people? How do you know an ethnicity? And then from the ethnic group, that's where you get a tribe. You only know people by what? By language, by culture, by tradition. And we have this in common with all these people. All the way to people, what they call them, Banke people in Edo states, Igede people. We have Igbos in Benue State, right? Not Igede, not all Igede people, but some of them, right? Some of them are Igbos. They share the same local government with Igbos in Benue State. So this thing, right, is the consequences of war, like the lady says. We lost the war. And when you lose a war, you lose a lot of things. Now, I will not even blame Fulani or Hausa people, as we normally say. The people who actually created this thing are the so-called minority tribes in the South, especially the Calabar people and then the Jaw people. They were the ones who instigated Ojukwu and told him that, look, these people, we are not part of them, and we can help you defeat the Igbos. That Nigeria was able to defeat the Igbos was because of the Jaw people and Calabar people. Till today, ask any elder. My father is late. He died at 84. He always said it to me. Oh, Calabar people betrayed us. Calabar people betrayed us. I didn't know it as a young man, but growing up, I did my own research, and I now realized that when we had that so-called military council that Ojukwu had, right? He had Effiong, and he had one other Ijaw guy. I just forgot his name right now, but you can go and do your research. One Ijaw guy was also part of him, but he later switched. He switched and went to the Nigerian side and now fought against the Igbos. So please, when people blame people, stop blaming those Fulanis. Our enemies are the Jaws and the Calabar people. They were the ones who betrayed us. And the reason why you have these Igbos in Port Harcourt, right, that are saying that they are not Igbos was because of the Jaws when they created rivers before they created Bayelsa. Go there, you see, there's history of when they chased Igbos, they chased all these Ikwere people. Yes, in as much as some of the Ikwere people too didn't want the Biafra, right? They, just the way Nnamdi Azikiwe didn't want Ojukwu to fight that war. We also still had Igbos that actually were against Ojukwu. No doubt. Okay? Now, even among the Ikweres, there's one man that I've forgotten this name, I've written it down. Wike built a library after his name. Some of you might know who I'm talking about. I've forgotten his name. Somebody, God bless you. Exactly. Go, he was against Biafra, but is he not an Igbo man? He's an Igbo man. So even some Ikwere people were against us. They were against us. So, but what am I saying? What I'm saying is, please, you see these people, let us not beat them too much. A lot of these young people don't know much. Just the way some of us did not know that there were Igbos outside the Southeast. A lot of Igbos think that Igbos start and end in Southeast. A lot of Igbos, until Nnamdi Kanu even started telling them, oh, this one is Igbo. A lot of Igbos didn't know. Just the way they don't know, that's the way these people don't know. Please stop beating them. We have to teach them with love. I've seen a lot of them, when you explain to them, they'll be like, that they've been thinking about it, that it doesn't make sense. They go and watch Names TV. That's when you now realize that these guys are ignorant. It's not their fault. Let me tell you, for a typical example, most of the people who were
I don't get sorry, please. I never catch my phone different and here to talk. Please mind your choice of words. Nobody is anyone's enemy. Just I beg, because that happened back then. I have one of my cousins married the deputy governor of Cross River State. My dad's younger sister married in Calabar. I have cousins from these places, so no mind our choice of words. Like I feel like let's just forget about just don't. Nobody's our enemy. Nobody. We are not anybody's enemy, and nobody's also our enemy. Let us put it that way. Eh? That was then. Let us just forget about what happened in the past and just like move on. You could say these things, but in a very, more modest and polite way, if possible, please. Eh? I beg. Make no like say
Yes,
what. It will look as
yes, I
if
understand.
look as if what like start a net or other tribal war now between Igbos and Calabar or this. I beg, please. Eh? I beg. Thank you so much.
No
Go.
problem. I take those words back, but I was not doing it to actually. I was just telling the history. I was just telling the history.
Exactly. Yes.
Exactly. So, but if you actually go through most of the people that are instigating the Igbos in the South, you will realize that the names I mentioned are the majority of the people instigating it. Why? There's a reason. There's a reason. That question is left for them. So sorry, I was saying something before. Oh, I just forgot what I was saying. But basically,
sorry for that. Sorry for that.
yeah. So basically, what am I saying? I'm saying a lot of them are ignorant. If you go and watch Names TV opened my eyes that I didn't even know that there are a lot of Igbos in some places until Names TV went there and was asking them basic Igbo question, like count 1, 2, 3, like say ABCD, 5 market days. This is how you know people. You know people through these things. So what I'm saying is, let us not be too hard on at these people, because if you do your research, most of these elders, right, that were old enough to know something during that war, most of them are dead. And these were the people that started telling these young people like them Wike that are 50 something. People like Wike that were 50 something were very young those days. They were like maybe 10 years or maybe 8. They didn't really know much. Or some of them were young teenagers. Okay? So their elders started telling them to deny their Igbo-ness because of the discrimination that Igbos were facing in Nigeria. You won't blame them. My brother, till today that Igbos are facing this discrimination. Igbos, even from the so-called Enugu and Co, Southeast, some of them will have to deny who they are. They need to deny who they are because they need to get something from their so-called Fulani masters. So it is the consequences of losing that war and the discrimination that Igbos faced after that war. So you won't blame them. Their elders, their kings, their chiefs, they told them to start changing some things, changing the way they pronounce names. That's why till today they don't know. And it has carried on from one generation to another. So it only takes love, right? And enlightenment for these guys to realize that they've been lied to for years. I dropped my mic. God bless you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Rex, are you now available after you come to who never speak on this place? This man with Kenyan or Ugandan flag. They'll come back to Chuka and Lady. That from place. Thank you.
I'm available. Thank you, everybody. See, continue telling them. Nobody told me, but just continue telling them. One verse, me verse. They say when you don't provoke person, you can't think. Say this thing made they tell me so. May I think about them. I won't get to not say we they claim anybody because the person is superstar. You understand? I will get to know recently that this Rema of a boy is from a banker, not even Bini. I know the boy. Say I know him. I see him when they grow for Bini. You understand? His father named Nachukuma. But the father had to drop his Igbo name just for political reasons. Now the boy they claim Bini, though it does not affect anybody. That's his own pocket, his own cup of tea. You understand? So all this not tell them. May they tell them so that they should know who they are. If they want verse, may they verse. And they always tell them, they are my people. I be anyone in person. And thank God, the majority of us in anyone that are affected are very low than those in Ika. Ika own worse. My Ika own worse pass. If you begin to tell Ika person, say, okay, you're an Ika person. Why you there speak Igbo? you go tell me, say na Igbo come colonize them through how they see they talk and say missionaries. I go just dey laugh. So missionaries may come for 50 years, changing a language of 1,000 years. The Ikwere on there, they make me they laugh. They go say they marry Igbo women. Igbo women. So when your father's that weak, oh na papa, you're weak. My papa children, me in particular, I'm the first son of my father. My father is the Agba of my family. I'm from the same village of Nnamdi Azikiwe. My family is heading the village. That's why you see one Agba in my distinct. So my father is the Agba, the head of the family. Me in particular, my mother is an Urobo woman. I don't know how to speak Urobo, but I can speak Igbo. I'm not so anyone or former. So when their father that weak, that the Igbo women they married, there is no tribe in Nigeria that married Igbo women more than the Calabaris. In fact, according to Onisifa na Ijo, about this man, Asari Tokubo, according to their head, Asari Tokubo, most of their house in Calabari are Igbo people's house. But they still speak Ijo, they speak Calabari. But some of the Ikwere, these things are very funny. I used to say, just think as a human being. Forget whatever they have told you. Reason this thing. You know, enter, my brother. How you go tell me, say, missionaries change my language? Then my papa language, now small things come there. Like, for example, now, the Benin called Chi, Eyi. Maybe the one called Chukuma, they say Eyima. Ikazu call like Eyima. They call God Osalobwa. They can't say Osa, something of Chuku. But that Igbo intonation must there. That word na Igbo. I have never lived in Agbo before. I've never lived in market before, but I did hear Ika 80%. Ika people know go fit cost me, I don't know. You say make I not. I go tell them one verse, make it verse. Now my people, I tell them say, I'm Bofu, we are one people. You can't tell me that you and Ika person, or you or an Ukwadi person, and me and anyone person is not that we are not brothers. What do we have in common, first of all, as people of Anioma? Originally, Anioma, that river did not divide, and that anything river that they want to use to divide our people, anybody may want, they said this is the same thing they are doing in Imo and River State. Anything river that are using to, that river, our ancestors were very wise. See, the knowledge what Igbo people used to make their money and to be better in their endeavors is not something that they started today. It is not. See, go and check all Igbo communities in Nigeria. There's always a river beside that community, or a river, a very good river to the next community. We don't have swamps. We don't drink swamps water. Because our ancestors settled in the best place in that lower Niger, the best areas. We now go sea area, because they don't say the sea waters are not edible. They know. So now that water now, may our ancestors settle for the side now, that could be the batting. Now they want to tell us, say, because say you are from Enoani, in Onitsha, so therefore you are Igbo. Then me, I am from Ibuza. The funny part is that me now, and me and Onitsha man, and somebody from Onitsha Oluna or Onitsha Ugbo, or what's this place again? Our headquarters, our supposed headquarters made that king there, they talk anyhow. What's the name? Iseluku. All of us now brothers. If you run a DNA test now, you go see and say me and that person. So our ancestry now the same, not be so almost the same. Umweze Chima now will be. But one time you say because of River Niger may not reach 2 kilometers. I be Igbo, you not be Igbo. Because if I want to do something, I go do and go Bini. Other people go do and go on Onitsha or Enugu. See, if they want verse, now me, I be one person. Who want verse, make verse. Make una dey tell them. You understand? Tell them. Like I was saying for Bros, novice. You see all those king, like the Dane of Abo and some of them, they are Benis. They are not wrong. They are normal prince for Benin, sent by the Oba of old to rule our people. Because they don't stay here, that means they can't answer our name. They marry our people. They can't answer our name. That they are saying the truth. But our people no go think go there. Because the Igbo way, in the Igbo way, even in Onitsha, our king, we choose our king. The Igbo way, we do not submit to one person. We do not submit to a person. We are all equal in the eyes of Chukwu Okike Obiama. So that's the problem here. Continue to tell them, oh, I say, hey, let's leave them until we're prosperous. Are we not prosperous enough? What prosperous? Tell them. Who want best, make it best. I use my mic.
All right. Thank you so much on that submission. Mr. Fact, you're welcome. I see you. Okay, this specifically this is Turkish flag and that of Kenya or Uganda. Are you there?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Which country flags with this?
I just use them represent. Biafra don't get flag now, so they use this one small. we never get the authorized flag. But anyhow.
Okay, go on.
I think the main issue here is that we have so many saboteurs within us. I think I like the person who said we Igbos need to organize ourselves or unite ourselves so that our influence can spread out. I think I like that. Start with the 5 eastern states, then draw the rest that are in Benue and all these places, draw them in, Anioma is Igbo land. We have many of them. Benue, in Cross River, even Ikwere is Igbo. But the people that destroyed this unity within us are our own. Because if I ask this question now, I think during Babangida era or something, Anioma State, they wanted to create Anioma State at that time. I think Miriam Babangida was trying so hard to do something like that. I'm not so sure. Maybe I'll be corrected. But when they were, getting consensus and all these things, people from Onitsha, they actually wanted to make Onitsha the capital of Anioma State. And then the same Igbo people from within that Onitsha axis and the rest said, no. We don't want to be part of Anioma and all those things. And then they had to, a few people like Isile Oko, Isile Asaba, the Agbos and the maybe Kapipa and all those guys, they had to find a formula to merge them into Delta states and then give the capital to Ahaba, because I actually called Ahaba before. I don't know this Asaba they brought, but you get the point. My point is that at that point, when our normal guys were trying to connect with their brothers, some people from within the Igbo tribe caused division and forced them back to stay inside Delta State. Because all these things would have been solved at that time. It could have been part of Anambra. Or they could have put Anioma with Anambra, or they could have carved Anioma as a state whereby you drag maybe Igede people, the guys in Kogi and all those little part, maybe drag them back to form that Anioma state and maybe make Onitsha the capital. The same thing to happen in River State. Igbo people were dominant in that part, but at the point of the war and everything, some people drove the Igbos out, occupied their homeland, and then when the war was over, they didn't allow the Igbos return back there, and maybe some changes to history started coming. Say, oh, you're not Igbo, you're Equere, and this and this and that. So if we start from within to unite, even this our Biafra movement we are even talking about, you can see the mess that is going on, divided within the movement. I want Biafra. Biafra is coming next week, but DOS and Biafra government in exile are playing two different games. I want Biafra to come to be actualized. It's so funny. They want to release Nnamdi Kanu. Some people are shouting, we want it. Some other people are saying, no. Don't let him come out. Even in the obedient movement, I know there are many obedient that didn't want Nnamdi Kanu to be released because they think Obi would have won the election. Guess what? Maybe if Nnamdi Kanu was even released, at that point, maybe, how will I put it now? It could have opened the eyes of many people not to even participate in the charade, or if you participate in the charade, not allow them to announce the result and just bamboozle everybody like that. But some people were just, no, let us first do the election. Within the same tribe, even the Obi, some people within the Igbo, they say, no, Obi is incompetent. So the division is there. We are not united. This one is not a matter of Ijaw people and all these people. Even within the Igbo itself, jealousy, they there. And I've given an example of this, our Biafra movement. I've given an example. There's something Nankano said, and that's what I want to end with the Anyoma saga and all those things. That I said, Anyoma is Igbo, so any Edo person that is trying to claim Anyoma land or whatever should understand this. Nankano said something. They say there are 3 generations of migrants that came into Biafra land. The first was the original people that were there before. Second migrated from the western side through Bini Kingdom, and then the other one migrated from the eastern part, maybe through Cameroon, Gabon, Bakassi, and others to settle there. Now it is not as if the Anyoma people are denying their, or should deny their Igbo heritage. It's just how do I put it now? Most of them got confused during that migration era. You understand? Okay, so I'll end that. So most of them got confused during that migration era. And so where they migrated through Benin Kingdom and settled in the present day Anyoma now, that leads to, Onitsha and then Anambra. The Edo people who believe that, okay, you were in our land, you were under our rulership at some time in history and all those things. And so they will just believe that, okay, you are not Igbo, you are part of us, we share the same identity one way or the other. But the fact is that people who move carry their identity with them. It's not exactly the land that determines the people, but it's the language, is the value, is the identity. As they are migrating, as they are moving, they carry it with them, not the particular land. So if somebody comes from Benin Republic as an Igbo man and migrates through Yoruba land, through Benin, and comes to Anambra to live, the person will always be maybe an Igbo man. If it's an Igbo man that moves like that, it will always be an Igbo man. But you say an Igbo man living in Anambra State or something like that. So for the Edo guys that are trying to say Anyoma is not this, Anyoma is not that alone is an explanation for them. So that's what I just believe, that Igbo people should be more united in whatever they are doing before trying to blame others for our plight. Thanks.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Who should be going next? Okay, let's hear from Lady Uri once more. And please, Makaja, you have to wait. Chuka also, Emmanuel. Let's hear from a lady. Then come to Plato, then Emmanuel. That phone, please. Please, thank you so much. Lady Uri, I beg, just 4 or 5 minutes.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Once again, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak again. What I wanted to say was realized that I didn't address the fear of Biafra. I think the fear is not necessarily lumping everybody together as Biafra. I think we haven't actually analyzed the trauma that came with this war. People died. There's no family that did not lose somebody. So using the word Biafra again is trauma. So the fear is associating with the trauma they felt that they have to. Those who survive because either they have had family who was connected to relief. They were able to get relief and eat. Those who died. I mean, my dad lost cousins, he lost nephews to the war. My grandparents' first two grandchildren on my father's side, they were the Biafran army. They didn't survive. My uncle went, he came back with cousins. Some of the cousins he also went with did not come back. So, and I don't think they even know where they died. You can't even recover the corpse. So when we're not analyzing this trauma properly and realizing that the problem here is not necessarily fear as in there's something else, the trauma is still heavy. You can imagine that after the war, nobody could speak about it. The survivors couldn't speak. It's like they just wanted to throw it behind and just move on. Everybody literally just moved on, like it did not happen. The survivors. So, and also the word Biafra, the blight of Biafra is a lot of space. It's not just Southeast today. Whatever is recognized as the blight of Biafra, according to the colonial people who named it, I don't know if the ones who named it the Biafra. I don't think it's us. It covers a lot. It covers all of South, covers all of. So mentioning it, they feel, hey, people want to drag us again into this thing. But it's actually a geographical location. But nobody is putting that in perspective. So at the moment, the agitation is not necessarily, for Biafra, the bigger perspective called Biafra. If we're to agitate, we should probably, if those who wish to agitate, should name it something else and reduce that trauma for people. That's my perspective. That's my view on all of this. It's traumatic. And imagine in Asaba, the men were almost literally wiped out, right? That was where they had that shootout. They called them out thinking there was something, and Nigerian army just cleared them. So think of that trauma. Those who saw it happen, those who even survived it, some people survived by being under the dead. And my father is still alive. He survived the war. He didn't go, but he was, he wasn't in the army, but he was part of the operation in some way or the other. He's just mouth closed. They don't tell the stories. I'm saying with my mother, they don't tell the stories. It's in pictures. Like you go back older pictures of my father and his cousins, because the unit was all together in Igbo land. I think it's the same everywhere. Cousins, even second cousins, are regarded as your umunni. The umunni is not even far off from like today. They were much closer at that time. So it's when you look at pictures and then you begin to point. We have a WhatsApp group of my cousins, my first cousins. That's my grandfather's grandchildren. So, and I have cousins who are much older, way, way older. We're the babies in the group. So we're pointing, some of them are bringing up their own parents' pictures. Where some of my father's cousins are. My father was also the last amongst many, so he was much younger than his siblings. So these are my cousins who are 50s, 60s. One just clocked 70. So, who's pointing maybe his mother's album. You see cousins, my father will be like, hey, this one died in the war. This one died in the war. Think I'm now. So everybody has a family member affected. So the word Biafra alone is traumatic. Until we realize the effect, these people never had any form of help or even therapy afterwards. Discrimination was heavy. they managed to survive, and even what they're facing as a survivor wasn't easy. They just moved on. There's no family here that tells that story and tells it warmly, or even wants to tell it. So to be saying they're afraid of Biafra, we're not giving um, um, credit to the trauma they went through. Another thing is also this change of name. I was thinking of those Anyoma people. I think they also changed their name, a lot of them. The other day I asked Maurice Monye, I don't know, I think he's from Anyoma State, one of, I don't know where he's from exactly. His name is, definitely sounds Igbo in some way. Monye is cut off of something. Something was, in my opinion, could be wrong. I don't know if somebody's recording this, it might get to him, but it could be a full name of, a bigger Igbo name, abbreviated. And I'm sure he didn't respond to my message on Twitter what his full name was, the original family full name. I don't expect him to respond anyway. But these are all trauma that nobody has ever addressed. Nobody has ever, people have never healed. So that's what I wanted to say. Let's not, I hear you, okay. Let's not necessarily pin it on fear. Let's understand there's also the aspect of trauma that has never been dealt with, that's never been addressed, or, people or talked about. That's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Daniel, you're welcome. All of them are welcome, man. Okay, Emmanuel, you have to wait. Let's hear from Plato, then come to Emmanuel. Please start from. Thank you. Plato, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Okay. Good evening, everybody. Wow. What a conversation. Well, let me just say that I agree with the people who have said that we should concentrate on developing the hinterland. Let me also add that, the last speaker, I agree with some of the things she said. I don't think, as we are today, that Biafra should be the first thing we should be talking about. I think it should be the last thing. Should be the last thing. Let's get our acts together before we start to talk about a state, a country. Let's build our nation first, the Igbo nation. After all, the Biafra as a state, if I'm not mistaken, is not just made up of only the Igbo people. There are other ethnic groups that were part of that Biafra. And because of what happened and the way it happened, if we start to put it in conversations, it might, it will scare a lot of people away. I'm being honest with us. If we put it first, it will scare a whole lot of people away. But I agree. Look at United States of America today. A lot of people want to be part of them. Why? Because man, ab initio, was Homo economicus. Man was an economic man before he became a political man. So for the man to distinguish himself, he must develop himself economically before he starts to talk about politically. If he gets your economy right, politics will come naturally. That is how it is done. If you look at the Jews today, I was just reading an article today, how Iranian Jews will hide their Jewish name because of the fact that the state of Iran will kill them. But once they find their way outside Iran, they will go back to their Jewish name, and all of them want to walk back to the Jewish state, to Israel. Why? How they're able to organize themselves. The person that spoke about organization, very, very important. The Igbo nation, especially where nobody is disturbing us. It is our duty to build a strong magnet that will magnet our brothers and our sisters who have found themselves outside the hinterland of Igbo land. I am from Nsukka. We have our brothers in Benue, we have our brothers in Kogi. Okay. But how we develop the East? Okay, you know how it will look like if every governor in the East start to make efforts of what is happening in Abia State. I can tell you that the neighboring states, the South state that are neighboring Abia State, they are eager to associate with Abia State because of the little, not even up to 2 years, the little that is happening in Abia State. So the priority should be to have good governance in Igbo land, organize ourselves, develop ourselves, make our influence to be counted. I was listening to an Arabian woman. She said that Israel does not, the Jewish state does not go about bombing people for them to be heard. But because of the fact that most of the invention for the past centuries have been by the Jews. So even Saudi Arabia, they don't like the Jews, but because of economic reason, technology, invention, they want to associate with them because of what they stand to get. The more reason why United Nations will say something today, and if it doesn't favor Israel, their prime minister will say no. United Nations will do little or nothing because of what? The Jewish states, they are small, but they are mighty. We have our brothers outside Igbo land who, some of them, not all, are denying their Igbo-ness for economic reasons because of what happens after the war and during the war. Man want to survive. Even Peter in the Bible denied Jesus. He not deny him because he really wanted to deny him, but he wanted to survive. Because he knew that if he say he was with Jesus, they will arrest him. Because of the fact he wanted to survive, he said, no, he doesn't know the man. He was not with the man. So it is part of human nature. If you have studied human behavior, you understand that this is part of human nature. So the bulk of the responsibility, it is upon us, those of us that are in the 5 eastern states today, to make sure that those our brothers and sisters that have found themselves outside Igbo land, that will give them voice. And I am encouraged by what is happening today, because during the military era, for you to even agree that you're an Igbo person, you must have enough courage. But today, people are now coming out. People who have found themselves outside Igbo now, they are coming out as, okay, say, I am an Igbo person. I am an Igbo person. Okay, so, but we can do more. But we have done, there's an effort, but that effort can be multiplied. There are people that will say what we don't like, but let's use diplomacy, let's use reason, let's use persuasion to bring those our people. See, if we focus on development in the next 10 years, we focus on developing Igbo and Igbo people. I can tell you that even those who are not Igbo people who want to identify as an Igbo person, after all, if you go to Lagos in the north and outside the country, those from the south and southeast, everybody will claim an Igbo person to survive because they know who will stand for them. As a business person, I associate with people that are from Delta, those Igbo speaking part of Delta. They don't hide their identity. I have never seen any of them that denied being an Igbo person. It's only when you ask the person the stage before the person will now say that he's from Delta. They say Igbo person, okay? And we'll move along freely. So there is one that I did business with. I've not known him. I knew him through his boy. But that man was able to, because of the fact we spoke Igbo, was able to entrust me with goods worth so much money and allowing me to pay as the money comes. That man is from Delta State. So, yes, there are challenges. There are challenges here and there. But I think that things are better today than it was yesterday. If you look at P2B today, 10 years ago, I don't think an Igbo man would have put the type of weight he put. There was sabotage from the political leaders in the South. Yes, there was, but the real people on ground voted for P2B. I reside in Akwa Ibom. Bulk of the people, majority of the people voted for P2B. But the governor played politics with the votes. But the ordinary person voted for P2B. Why? Things are changing. Do you know what it means if we start to have leaders like P2B in the Southeast? more people like him, credible people, start to project credible people, it will go a long way. When America started, they were not 51 states. But because of what they were doing, other people joined them and they became what they are today. So, brothers and sisters, none of us choose to be an Igbo person. Nobody choose to be a Fulani person. God created the person. Okay, I'll round up. God created us to come from where we are come from. But I am proud, I am happy that God made me an Igbo man. And wherever I found myself, I try as much as I can to be a good ambassador of the Igbo nation, to make sure that my actions, my words in dealing with people, that I project good image for the Igbo nation. Dalokwan, Ndewon.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. Emmanuel, how are you doing today?
I'm fine. So
I don't know. Would you want to tell us your Igbo name again?
Okay, Shukudi. I'm from Ibuzo.
One name, okay. It is It is Chuku, not Shuku, not Chuku.
Don't mind my tongue, don't worry.
Now we don't know wahala, but go on.
Okay, so I'm from Ibuzo actually. So I really concur with what most of the speakers have been saying. So, but I will just add some little things. I think, first of all, in the previous space, I first of all said, not everybody from Delta denied their Igbo-ness. Yes, there are some few people that are not even Igbo among our midst, and which I made in the last space. But I still want to concur some certain things. I think, first and foremost, we should not allow geopolitical zone to actually divide us. I think our division is even coming from the geopolitical zone. Because if you see what the previous speakers talking about Southeast, 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 I think in a space like this, we should not use geopolitical zone because it's already creating a division. We should actually use Igbo, we should use Ala Igbo, or if possible, Igbo nation. And also, that will make everybody inclusive. I discovered that some of this division is coming from the 5 eastern states, 5 southeast states, whereas there are Igbos even across the Niger, there are Igbos in the coastal region and stuff like that. So I think, first of all, we should not buy into Nigeria politics that, oh, Igbos are only found in the southeast. I think that is, first of all, wrong. They should know that Igbos are found even outside the southeast. So even some of the southeast, like the speaker said, some of the southeast, they don't even know that there are Igbos in Delta State. It's even recently they are knowing. And the truth is, it's true. I'm speaking from because I've interacted with some of them, and it's truth. So I think first of all, we should know that Igbo is beyond the southeast. We should not fall into Nigeria politics and saying Igbos are just within the 5 southeastern states. We should use Igbo in general, that is Igbo land in general. Then also the idea of Biafra, I think it's not something that anybody from the Anyoman region will want to hear because it's really a trauma. So I think even me seeing the Biafra in the first of, I was not comfortable, but I just have to join because
I swear, even me, sir, nobody in River State was
because I
don't talk this thing before.
I saw Anyama State, so I just have to come in. So I think the Biafra is not something we should be talking of at this moment. It's not something we should be talking of. Biafra should just be away from this topic. That is just a thing. I know some people are giving thumbs down, but it's just the truth. It can come in later, maybe with another name, but for now, we are seeking unity. You are getting it. We want to create an inclusiveness of everybody. We want people not to be scared of their Igbo identity. And one thing that is making people to be scared of their Igbo identity is Biafra. And the truth is that not everybody, not all Igbo safe in the Southeast even want Biafra at this moment. It's just the truth. I have Igbo friends across the Southeast. Not everybody want Biafra. It's just the truth. So let's not bring division among our midst. Let's see how we can unite ourselves. I'm telling you, a lot of people are identifying with Igbo, are identifying as Igbo outside the Southeast. Forget all those people that are tweeting on Twitter. We know them. They are not more than 20 people. In fact, we can even call out their names. There are not more than 20 people that are tweeting on Twitter. But on ground, we know that in Delta State, in fact, the Igbo region of Delta State, there are a lot of people that identify as Igbo. So let's first of all look at things that can unite us more. Let's include our Igbo's brother. The truth is that even though it's only one community that is in Delta State that is Igbo, let's try to recognize that community. That's just the truth. But I believe there are more than even hundreds of community in Anioma region that are fully Igbo. I'm not talking of the one from Benin. Yes, there are some that are Benin. But the truth is that even though it's only one community or two community, carry those communities along. Let them reference them. In even down to even different reference those communities, they will feel among. And the truth is that it will make them feel among. The truth is that in most of the stuff, most people just use 5 eastern states as Igbo land, and you guys are the one limiting it. If you check some music, only some few people will even want to include Igbos in rivers and Delta State. You check music, you check everything. Oh, Igbos end in Southeast, and that is really telling us or why are we going to now? It's as if we were struggling on both sides. We want to identify with Igbo. Yeah, the Igbo don't want to identify with us. But still yet, we don't want to identify with the Benin here because true, we are not them and they are not us. We know where our brothers is, like I said, I'm from Ibuzo. If you even see Ibuzo, if you see Ibuzo, the spelling of Ibuzo on the map is spelled Ibusa. But nobody from my village will say Ibuzo is Ibusa because we know where we are from. And we actually pronounce it even not what they put on the map there. We pronounce it Ibuzo because we know where we are from, even though the spelling is different. So the truth is that we are one. We are one, no matter how they want to look at it, no matter the state creation. Even if tomorrow Anyoma is in the South, we are still Igbo. Even though anywhere they want to carry us, we are still Igbo. They can only divide us on paper, but not on the ground. That is just the truth. So the Igbos from the Southeast, you guys should know that there was no even Southeast in the beginning. There was nothing like region in the beginning. We were all one. We traded together, we did things in common, we speak the same language. So let's not allow regional division to divide us. If they like, let them make 30 divisions. We that are Igbos, we still identify our Igbos. If they even want to carry Anyoma to Northeast, we are still Igbo. The truth is that the more they try to divide us, the more we try to expand. It should be an advantage to us. Igbos are almost in 3 regions in Nigeria. That is an advantage. Igbos is in the North Central, Igbos is in the South, Igbos is in the Southeast. So I'm not sure that any tribe in Nigeria that is in 3 regions at this moment I'm speaking. So that is a plus to us. So they are dividing us. The more they are dividing us, the more we are winning. At a point in time, there was an Igbo governor in Sat, which was Ifeanyi Okowa, which he claimed to be Igbo. So let's not allow this regional stuff to divide us. It's a plus to us. It will be even a great news if an Igbo person from Benue State become the governor of Benue. Yeah, it's just the truth of the matter. So I'll be rounding up now. So let's all see ourselves as one. That's just what I'm just saying. Let's not allow region or whatever where we fall ourselves, River Niger or whatever, to deny our Igbo-ness. We are one. So the Southeast Igbo, you should definitely, I think you should just definitely not allow those people creating identity crisis to deny your brother. Even the Bible talks something about the lost sheep.
Please,
when one
seconds, please. 30 more seconds. Thank you.
When one of the sheep lost among the 99 sheep, they said they leave the 99 sheep to get the one lost sheep. So any tribe that is even outside the Southeast region, is very, any Igbo people outside the Southeast Igbo region is very important, and as the Igbo, even more important than the Igbo in the Southern East region. So that is just my little submission on it.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Rimazi, are you now willing to speak after you come to Mr. Fact? I beg, Makaja, beg, wait, I beg, let's hear from you speakers.
I'm very, yeah, I'm ready to speak. Yeah.
Okay, Rimazi, go on. Thank you so much.
Greetings, my brother. Everybody else, I've been hearing your voices here, and you've been speaking very well, right? And the Bible, na-ekwu na uche onye adịrị njọ, uche ọkwa na-akpa onye ọbụla anya nke ya. Everybody knows what he or she wants, and everybody knows where he or she stands. My brother, the last speaker, you've been speaking a lot of English here, a very long English, and I've been trying to comprehend all you've been saying. I couldn't comprehend not even one. Not even one. I'm sorry to say that. Let me tell you something here. You see, let us assume now, my mom born 3 children. We are 3 in number. 3 of us, we are being marginalized. We are being segregated by maybe my dad brother. They start treating us bad. Then inside that 3 of us that they're treating bad, one disgust himself, like segregate himself out of 3 of us, saying that we are bad luck, that we are being treated bad because we are answering our papa name. Now go and join those people that are treating us bad. Start receiving dividends. If they ask you, are you the son of Keikaka? You said, no, I'm not the son. Are you the son of no, I'm not the son. I'm somehow related to them. Then, if after you finish those 2, now they keep suppressing them. Then when time for those 2, when time for them to align and eat their father's what should I call it? Their father's inheritance. You now came up and start telling this and that. He's my father. He's my father. He born me. Even in the Bible, even Peter denied Jesus Christ. Even in this thing, anybody can do anything. Anytime you come back, they can accept you. This is exactly what is playing on it. If you say you are Igbo, nobody is taking Igbo heritage away from you. You can answer Igbo, no problem. You are highly welcome as an Igbo man. But my problem is this. This is where my problem lies. Stop shying away that you are not an Igbo when issues that makes you an Igbo man comes up. You people are good in shying away, running away from that name, Igbo. I don't know whether it's detrimental or is it a crime. But when something that have to make you an Igbo man come up, you will come out and start speaking grammar. Do you think that we are, let me tell you, in the whole Nigeria, one of the most smartest and the most sensible region you can think of?
Maz, please. Sorry, I had to mute you. Mind your choice of words, I beg. I take a beg.
You know that sometimes when I'm speaking, I used to lost it, especially when I'm being provoked. Especially when I'm being provoked.
No,
Imperfect one. Come so ya na asụsụ bai. Come so ya na asụsụ Igbo. Igbe am na chiga mi agala ya kwa ya.
Agala biko.
Okay. Some people are like civil war, that civil war, this civil war, that civil war, this. Biafra war, Biafran this, Biafran that. You don't want to be a Biafra, but you want to be an Igbo. You don't want to be Igbo heritage. The things that the acronym, and I got them school before now at IBM. Because undergrad school help on with this here. So acronym associated with Igbo. But you don't want to you don't want to answer Igbo man. But in the right senses, inside you, you know that you're an Igbo person. You are deceiving yourself, and it will not help you. It can never help you. Leave all this grammar we are speaking. Let's aside from Anioma issue, before this Anioma issue come up, I have had encounter with these people. If I have never had any encounter with them, I might be thinking it's a normal, maybe it's political talk or stuff like that. I have had encounter with these people. They don't believe that they are Igbo. Even the time this sit at home of 18 started, they kicked against it.
Excuse me, Mazi. Let me stop you there. Just a minute.
Okay.
I've encountered up to 1,000 of them.
Bro, I've not encountered up to 1,000 of them, but even though it's 1, 2, 3 people I encountered,
it's not.
I used to hear this, right? Even then, when I used to go to around 2018, 2019, I used to when Ebuka Obi was coming up. We are among the people that started that adoration that time. There are some people that he will be asking where from. They'll be saying they are this way. He will be telling them on one day. That was the time I started even hearing those things safe. They'll be saying they be there. They say, "Are you Igbo?" They said no, they are not Igbo. I believe if you go to archives of Ebuka, all those his programs, you'll be seeing them. There are plenty of them there. You'll be calling them Deri. I don't want to insult anybody. I don't want to sound any distinct. Ogoni people refuse to answer Igbo. Ogoni people say that they are not Igbo, they are not part of Biafra. They don't belong to Igbo. Igbo this, Igbo that. Until they killed how many of their brothers? Until they killed them. Ojukwu visited them in the morning, a morning visitation that was supposed to happen in the morning. He visited them in the morning, in the evening, and told them, Ogoni people, on a good morning, no. On a good morning. After he greeted them, he left. That good morning is at least on an eye, don't they open? Yes, Biafra might be this, Biafra might be that. But we all know that the solution towards the emancipation of this thing we are fighting against, of this problem we have, is self-actualization. Everybody knows the truth. Forget about the fallout. Forget about whatsoever that happened. Maybe the process of getting it, or the process whereby some miscreants or some bad people, bad egg have been, because I believe that sometimes when you are fighting a just cause, you can have some bad eggs, then the politicians will hijack it. You start seeing some crazy things. Some people start getting scared of it. It is not only in Igbo land, it is not only in Nigeria that they have had a civil war. So many people that had their freedom suffered civil war. But it is the process whereby that thing is being actualized is what matters. I believe that if you follow anything in a due process, you will surely get it. But whereby ishi na-agba iche, afọ na-agba iche, ụkwụ na-agba iche. When I was making a speech here in the morning, I said that there are some part of Edo State that belongs to Biafra. Somebody in the comment section start cursing me. Bro, I marry a Edo woman. I know what I'm saying. There are some part of Edo State that belongs to Biafra land. If you want to believe me, you believe me. If you don't want to believe me, bah, no problem. Me, I know they carry IPOB for head. I know they do IPOB. Sorry, my brother. I will round up in a very jiffy time. I know they carry IPOB. If Nigeria start working tomorrow, oh, no problem. If they don't feel like, if they keep marginalizing us, go to Buhari appointment list, go and check Buhari administration, go and check the zone, how they put it, all this money they used to allocate to zones, go and check what was being allocated to the southeast, go and check all those things, go and see the wickedness and the menace. Even the time the NDDC appointment, the only Igbo man that was put in there, Ifeanyi Arume, he later removed him. The man went to court and won. He never put him back. Nnamdi Kanu was in prison for how many years? Buhari came to bro, just 1 second. I will just round up with this. Just let me round up with this. Buhari came to Ebonyi State. They hosted him in Ebonyi State. What did Buhari say? That only courts will release Nnamdi Kanu. May he so rest in peace. One of the survivors of the Civil War went to Abuja to meet this man, pleaded with him. My last request from you is to release Nnamdi Kanu. He said that the court is the only thing that will release Nnamdi Kanu. What happened? He did not, the court released Nnamdi Kanu. He never did that up to today, and everybody kept quiet. Tinubu came to office. He released Sunday Bohu. Sunday Bohu that committed more than Nnamdi Kanu. What did Nnamdi Kanu do? Because he was saying the truth. They still kept him there. And you people came up here and you have the. May God help us. May God help us.
Thank you so much. Mr. Fact should be next. After you come to Daniel, then we'll come to Makaja. Please, that for me. Thank you so much.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
That and clear, yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Imperfect. I greet you, speakers, listeners, and people on the web. I love the fact that I had to go immediately after the next speaker. Don't worry, I will help carry on from where you left off. Now, this is the issues, and this issues has not been today. Igbos, Delta region. I decided to put that in the jumbo chooks. When I finish, you could post whatever you want to post. For now, I just want to use that in context to my submission. So these are the issues we are facing as first people. The level of disunity among Black race in general is another topic. I think so many spaces will not do us justice if we begin to dissect that into, the last point where things become obvious. Everything are all intertwined to who you are subordinate to, who are your masters, right? And we all know, we can't come here and pretend. It's 54 years since the Biafran War. I understand the side that has to do with the trauma. I understand, yeah, of course. I understand the trauma that makes you human, of course. Lost my uncles. My dad is a survivor of the war, though he's late. We understand the whole pain. And if you look at it holistically, the reason Nigeria has never moved forward today is because the independence that we thought we have was not theirs, just like a game. Make it look like they're independent, but they're slaves to us. And the biggest key thing this white supremacists have been doing to Africans, that it breaks my heart when I hear people say, my brother, this is my brother, this is my brother. We do brother, brother, brother in Nigeria and still come out of Nigeria and call Ghana or any West African neighbors our brothers. How we not stupid? If I cannot see the Yoruba man and say he's my brother, or see the Delta man and say he's my brother, and I'll still go out and say Ghanaians are my brothers, are we not stupid? Are we fools? What are we doing here? These are the issues affecting the Black race. And they know this is our biggest problem. And they will spin that, they will use that as a big tool to carry out their supremacy in African continent. They gave it Africa. Africa is called a cable land. I think we need to do ourselves justice. Then people coming out here to open their mouth and speak, can we start doing some researches? Knowledge of self. Should Biafra becomes a country today, it will be the biggest threat to the Western world, because every other African countries will follow suit and begin to push for that agitation, which they don't want, because that will make them lose completely their grip on motherland. That's for a start. If you go look at, okay, why with this war, the counter coup and everything that they did, self-actualization to move that thing Biafra completely from the hands of the British government, which they're not part of. They said, no way, that will not happen. That was a big threat for them. An Igbo man is always too smart, don't want to smart everybody. They see that as a big threat for them. Then we had to create this war. We had to stop this war. We had to make sure we win this war and politically bring them together. Then go into that same state and divide them. Before the colonial regime, the Igbos were practicing a monarch system that was decentralized in nature, correct? Meaning these Aces cannot bow down for the other chief. They're different chiefs and all that. They couldn't lay their grip in the East. But yes, as a conquest of them being with a whole sophisticated weapon they came into Africa with and forced these people into that, conquest that they have around the east west side region. The northern side was very easy for them. Till today, the northerns are slaves in their own land in the hands of the Fulanese. Those again, if you want to know, go and read the story about Gendoki and Otman Danfodio. The real houses in their land are slaves to these people. This is why I hate the Bible. I'm sorry. Because everything in there is the same thing we're seeing today that they gave us to enslave people. Why is it you want to take people's land, enslave them, marginalize them, and make them look like beggars in their land? A lot of you who say, "Oh, Igbo shouldn't, we were disunited." There's no place. There's no disunity. People are scared today because of what they have gotten. They're scared to lose that if they decide to call themselves Igbo. That's a system. Look at all the brigadiers that fought for the Nigerian war and all the brigadiers that fought for the Igbo war. They said there's no victor, no vanquish, right? Why are all these leaders have ruled your country and not even one person from Igbo land has ever come close, even when it's so obvious that Peter Obi was that candidate to show that there's unity in the country? It can never work. My advice for Peter Obi, I love him so much, but what he's pushing for, should he have it, that would be remarkable. But would it be possible? That's impossible. You can't, because they're scared. They're still scared of the scars of Biafran war. Now you look at University of Nigeria, for instance. Why is till this day nobody in that university could study chemical engineering? They're scared of another Agunibe, right? That these people could produce by themselves. Despite everything they go through during the war, they could still make this weapon. That was very, very massive during the war at that time. But everything that left as a history to that war was destroyed by the Nigerian government, who are, again, yes men in the hand of the white people. Nigeria is not designed as a country in the first place. It's for their political interest. It's their business. It's their toy. We can stay united together. Yoruba, Igbo come together and fight against the big elephant and begin to look inwardly for things that put Nigeria first. The whole reason Ojuku decided to come up with a hold is to pull out completely from the hands of the colonial masters. And that was a clear indication that yes, they still have a big hand in Nigeria till this day. It's not, the war wasn't fought in like it's a fair ground. Everybody take their hands off and just say, okay, let them fight and let's see the outcome. No, we all know what happened, including the Bakassi land that was given to Cameroon. We all know that war, well, these people stopped them from eating and drinking water. Infantry soldiers will begin to die. They can't recruit more. No food, refugees. But in the side of the Nigerian side, They were enabled by your colonial master to win that war. It wasn't war that was fought on a free, fair ground. And they've passed it in their own law that for this not to happen again, an Igbo man from this side shouldn't rule the country because we're scared they might pull out another. It's just 54 years. 54 years till this day. I could tell you how many leaders that have ruled your country. Why is none from an Igbo land in making that big decision since Nnamdi Azikiwe to mold Nigeria together and say, yes, we are together, we will be together, we will live together. None, not even one person. That's a clear picture for you to look at before you begin to romance the politics. You look at the big picture, why? Then when you look at the history of how everything started, you begin to know the reason behind it. And you begin to ask yourself, why are the Efik and Ogoni people having divide and conquer has been the tool of the white man? Africans, are we daft? Are we too stupid? Do we enjoy being the Uncle Toms of the other slaves? Because it's comfortable for you. They give you gun, kill your brother, kill him. And you're gonna take a gun and face instead of facing the white man who give you the gun. What is the problem? Why is unity a big curse in black race? If you want to check about how Gaddafi was killed, it's the same thing. Any person that looks like an activist that influences people to self-actualize themselves from their hand, they'll kill him. Nnamdi Kanu is not coming out anytime soon because it's a threat again, a big threat to the colonial masters because it's so influential. Gaddafi was the highest one that they had to use Obama, Sarkozy of France, and Cameron of UK and took this guy out. Today, look at Libya. Why? He only asked, we do not want United Nations anymore. We want Africa in general to be completely free from your hands. We want a sovereign continent where we decide to you guys how we will sell our mineral resources to you, and you guys will trade in our own country, in our own currency, which is an African, want to create an African currency like they have in euros. That will kick against their powers holding down Africa. Kill Gaddafi was the intent. Use the media and publish him and make him look like he's a terrorist. Put it over there, take their history off, make Gaddafi look like a bad man. You killed him. Yet, we will come here in our little corner and we are talking like people that are not smart. People who work in the mines over in Australia. I don't want to touch into so many things because I understand the story of the war, but it's about time we begin to reason as people. If you look at Nigeria, would you like to associate yourself with that name Nigeria, looking at how the country is today? Of course not. Everybody goes in there and do what they like for their own people. That's what I hate hearing. My people, my people. Are we stupid? Are they not blacks? These are my people. This one of my people. Are you daft? These are the things they want. Divide, kill yourself, conquer. In America today, I'll have issue with a black person who's trying to come raiding me with a gun. I call the 911. They're going to take all the time in the world to show up in my place because they want to kill ourselves. And when they come, the one who survived the brawl or the fight goes to jail. But if it's a white person, a helicopter will be on the air everywhere, instant response. Or just a black man walking in the neighborhood. Oh, I saw a black dude with a hoodie on. They'll call the police. Police will be there and they'll be asking you questions. But you see two black guys fighting and they're putting a knife on themselves. You call the police, they'll ask you one, they ain't gonna be there. They will take their time before they come there so that you kill yourselves. Are we not stupid enough? And begin to give you my people. Go on, we see. We won't Chinese Malos and some people who don't even engineering. Can somebody talk happen? Wake up, Africa. Wake up, Nigerians. Wake the fuck up. I yield.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fox. Up until
Please, can I ask him a question,
until
please?
2000,
Please, can I ask him a question?
about people that knew how to produce more those stuff that were used during the Civil War. I hear that they were still arresting them. They had them in prison for like years. Even some even died in prison, and they now sent them back to the villages. Should I ask a question before we go to Daniel?
Okay, Mr. Fax, good evening. Thank you for that submission.
Hey, good evening, my
But
brother.
there's a question I want to ask.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, if you've been to River State or Bayelsa State, in Ijoland in particular, there's this celebration they do celebrate. It's an annual celebration of how Nigeria government saved them from the Biafra forces.
Wow.
You understand? My question goes is, it just I will categorically tell you that 99% don't want to be in Biafra. And if you check the map you posted, they were part of the old Eastern region. A very high percentage of the Ibibios, I'm estimating 70, don't want to be part of Biafra. Ogonis, the same thing. Said something. Somebody said something about the Ogonis. They don't want to be part of Biafra. So my question goes down: if you are fighting for Biafra now, are you going to force these guys to be Biafra? Let's be sincere with ourselves. This is why I keep saying.
Do you know why they don't want to be part of Biafra?
They never wanted to be part
Do
of
you know
Biafra
the whys behind
initially.
it?
Okay, answer my question.
You said they never want to be part of Biafra. I'm asking, what is the...
They never wanted to be Biafra. They instigated Igbo. Somebody said it here earlier. I don't know if you have joined the space. They felt like the Igbos were dominating in the old Eastern region. They never wanted, they never had anything. If I tell you an average Igbo man, the German's belief for Igbos, you get triggered. Do you understand? But the truth is that numerically we outnumber them. But my question is that if you're fighting for Biafra, you know that Biafra has Ijos, Ogoni, Efik, and Ibibio. So how are you going to force them to accept that Biafra identity? Don't you think it's chaos? Don't you think it's kind of a mini Nigeria, a Nigeria in disguise? That's my question. So how are you going to solve this now? Are you going to force them to be part of Biafra?
Again, it is what was fed to these people even before the war. It is what was fed to them, taking away their identity and knowing the holistic approach of saving Africa first. Those people, I'm telling you, I want to know the reason behind who would see to be completely free and say, no, I want to be a slave. Who? Again, it's what was fed to these people. Even the way they are moving now, even in our schools, they don't teach anybody anything about the pre-colonial region of Nigeria, after the post-war and pre-colonial region of this country. We don't have no history, and every day it breaks my heart. If you don't even know where you're coming from, someone say, "Oh, they don't want to be part." Why? What did they tell them? Who fed them? Who brainwashed them? These are the questions we had to ask. These people are taking over Africa, and we need to wake up as a people first. I don't want to hear, "No, be my brother, not my brother." That is the most dumbest thing anybody will be talking about. Somebody said, "Onye hayawane." That word hits me differently. Because if I would come out here and see the Ghanaian dude and say, "Oh, but that's my brother. We are in the Western world and we are claiming brotherhood of Africa." Then in Africa, then we begin to separate ourselves. My people, not my people. Are we not stupid? When the big elephants in the room, they are somewhere in their palace drinking wine and toasting and watching us kill ourselves like fools. Everything that happens, any politician have their...
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Daniel,
Yeah, excuse, he didn't answer the
no.
question. No.
Chuka,
He didn't
Chuka,
answer the he
Chuka,
didn't answer
wait,
the
okay,
question.
Chuka, wait. I beg.
No, you have
He
to answer the
mustn't
question.
answer.
He didn't-
People hand they up now. Hold on.
Wait, then we have to conclude this now.
Oh,
We have to address this. These are
Oga, see, hold on, please. You see, I gave a chance to ask you a question. He didn't answer the question the way you wanted him to answer the question. So what do you want him then to say? People want to speak. Wait, to come back to you shortly. All these wicked brothers, no gonna wait now. No break my head. You know, have now so the land we are get for Port Harcourt, you go sell them now, because that's what you do next. Daniel, are you there? Over to you.
Imperfect. Good evening.
Good evening, my brother.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so first and foremost, let me correct an impression.
Igbos love themselves.
I think sometimes we speak too emotionally, and then we just feel like that is how things should be. You don't force people to unite with you. If somebody say they are not Igbo, let them be. Should not be unity beggars. Please. For heaven's sake. I think I don't understand why we keep making this mistake over and over again. If people don't believe in your Biafra, let them be. Everybody will have, people will forge lives for themselves. If people say this is the path they want to go, let them be. So please, it's important that because generally now, we're all becoming leaders. Many people on this space are probably have clocked 30, some in their 40s. You're already a leader. So you should speak as a leader. You don't speak from a position of weakness, you speak from a position of strength and wisdom. Okay, let me make my own submission. Igbos in Delta, the rivers, Kogi. Oh, well, for many months actually on social media space, we've had these cases where I still remember when Twitter spaces started way back in 2021. I remember vividly when we had these debates. It was hosted by Mindsets, and then we had people from the riverine areas and people and the Igbo people debate about the idea of Eastern region, who did what to who. And then technically, majority of people who came to speak from the side of the Jaw and some other people in Ikwere and people in Delta, Bayelsa, even Edo, all argued why they didn't want Biafra and said that they are not even Igbos, including those who bear Igbo names, that they are not Igbos. And after that, I made my own conclusion that I don't need to beg anybody to be a part of me. We are not a minority in Nigeria. We have huge population. Nigeria has over 200 ethnic groups. And how many languages? Hundreds of languages as well. And we are not in the minority. You may not have that huge land mass, but the land mass we have is also enough for us to thrive, to farm and to live in. So what should we do as a people? We should focus on developing ourselves, we should focus on using what we have to develop ourselves. You don't beg people to become part of you. People become part of you when they see that you are successful. So we have to strive to be successful. Israel is a minority, technically a minority in the world, but they act like they are in the majority. Why? Because they have shaped the world of today. They are shaping it. So they don't command respect out of what they've been able to achieve that has impacted the world. I always say that our problem is not unique. Anything that we are facing today, we are not the first people or person it has happened to. So can we learn from others and see how they've been able to progress and migrate from one state where they used to be in the past to their current state? That is also why I have problems with the agitators, some people who are agitating. Everybody just feel like the agitation should always be about let's close down our shops, let's do this and it has to be this way. No. Economic emancipation is also agitation. Building yourself so that you can become a better person is also an agitation. Every day we are striving. Every family wants to be a better part of themselves. You want your children to be better than you. It's all agitation. It's all about economic independence. So instead of always crying about Biafra this, Biafra that, no, let's focus on what we can do to make sure that the 5 states of the southeastern Nigeria are doing very well. Today we had a space discussing about the next generation of post-war generation of Igbos. What can we do to improve our lives and property in the southeast? If you were born in the 1970s, the war ended in 1970s, just 54 years ago. So if you are 54 or less, you're a post-war generation. The onus of Igbo development lies on you and I. What skill do you possess? Where are you in your life journey, in your career journey? How can it be used to transform an Igbo? There are people who are doing so many things in the southeast. They may not have money. They are putting in their time and resources, engaging in civil works, engaging in social ventures to educate people, to provide health care, to provide education, to provide access to resources, to improve our crop varieties, to mentor people in the southeast. This is how you develop your place. Not by shouting that we are being marginalized, we are this, we are that. No. But if you shout it from now until tomorrow, nobody cares. Palestine is going what it's going through today. Technically, the world doesn't care. Many parts of the world, people are persecuted. Nobody cares. Yours will not be any different. And there's one thing I hate in my life, which I've always said, is this thing of always looking for who to blame. This person is my problem. No, that person is not your problem. You have become lazy and you're looking for who to blame, just like Nigeria. I saw a post David Hunday made today talking about the New York Times post and how America is not the one that destroyed Nigeria, for crying out loud. Nigeria has destroyed Nigeria. Let's tell ourselves the truth. The world is not fair. If you show any form of weakness, another person will take advantage of it. Each time you come, you become emotional. When you speak, you say, you are making yourself weak and vulnerable. And what you're showing is, oh, I'm weak, I'm tired, I'm helpless. You don't want to help me. I am dying. People will trump on you. It's time for us to be bold. It's time for us to start telling a story in a different way, that we are a people who fought a war 54 years ago and we came out strong. The first in Africa. Everybody is talking about Rwanda. Do you know how many billions of dollars that has gone from America, from Europe, from the UN to Rwanda? How many came to the Southeast? We built ourselves. So that should be your story. That should be what you should focus on. Use that to energize yourself, to continue to grow and make sure that there is peace in the Southeast. Keep telling that story. Keep telling that story that, oh, I collected 20 pounds, but with this 20 pounds, this is what I've been able to achieve. This is where I'm headed. If the people who survived the war, who were adults at the time, were only talking about marginalization, I'm not sure we would have achieved anything today in the Southeast. People are making effort. The world is not fair. Even though it's not fair, it didn't stop Innocent from building a car assembling plant in the Southeast. Today, there's Innocent brand. It didn't stop recently, the one that opened this year, Bat in Nigeria, to set up a power plant in the Southeast. Many other people are doing similar stuff in the Southeast. It wasn't fair, but they are doing it. And there's one thing about life, just like you see in every family, when somebody makes an effort and you break poverty in that family, it becomes easy for the other persons. So that is what we need to do as a people. If there are Igbos in Delta State and they are proud to be Igbo, let them come out and speak for themselves. I like what happened last weekend. I remember since after the election last year, many people from Niger Delta have been going around the clock, hosting spaces, denigrating Igbo people, saying there's no Igbo people living in the Niger Delta, both in River State, Edo State, Delta State. But I was surprised on Saturday, there were multitudes of people from Anioma who were speaking for the first time, speaking for themselves. We don't have to speak for them anymore. Yesterday, I was away. I got into my house around 2:30 a.m. in the morning. And then I went to Twitter. I saw people hosting spaces. These are Igbo people from the River State. Emehua Eche, some part of Ikwere, speaking for themselves that they are Igbos. So we don't have to speak for them anymore. If there are Igbos in Benue, they should speak for themselves. If there are Igbos in Kogi, they should identify their Igbo-ness. Speak it, be it. Then we don't have to speak on their behalf. And Igbo is not Biafra. Igbo is not Biafra. Igbo has existed way, way more than Biafra. Biafra is just a survival mechanism that happened in 1967 because of Nigeria's government's high-handedness against the people. Even when the liberation campaign started in Africa, there was no Biafra agitation. It was only Nigeria that spanned from our present-day Nigeria to southern Cameroon. Biafra is just a necessity that happened. If we didn't lose the war in the 60s, we would have become Biafra. We lost the war, but yet we still have our identity, the Igbo identity. We have the Ijo identity. We have the Ikwere. We have the every other one, Anna and Geket and the rest of them. These are different tribes. So we should exist side by side. Whether there is Biafra or not, they are our neighbors. We are siblings. We marry each other. We wear similar kind of clothes. We eat similar kind of food. We share so many things in common. So let's put these things in. They are distinct. They are not exactly the same. If there's an agitation starting tomorrow, and they now say, oh, there's going to be a Biafra, then there will be a consensus. If they say they want to be part of it, then good. If they say they don't want to be part of it, we're not going to force them. Ojukwu started the Biafra. He's dead. He's no longer there. So there's no probability that you yourself, you start the Biafra today, you are going to get it. I've lost count of how many people who have championed Biafra cause, whether through civil or whatever way. Some people today are no longer in are no longer fighting the cause. But there's something that is actually way higher than all of these things, which is the Igbo identity. And that is why I'm always asking each and every one of us to be an Igbo ambassador, be a proud Igbo ambassador. Tell your story, where you're coming from, what you've achieved, and what needs to be done. Today, we discussed on a number of issues that we need to trash in the Southeast. There are a whole lot of social problems, healthcare, water, education, mentorship. Young people are no longer mentored. How do we start mentoring them and stop this high-handedness of wealth, and not putting things clearly, which is destroying the mentality of our young people. Nobody wants to work hard anymore. Everyone's just looking for a quick way to make money. These are the things we can focus on. And over time, we'll begin to see results. For many times, we've been talking about how do we make sure we hold our leaders accountable. We are beginning to do that, and we're beginning to see a breath of fresh air. At least in Abia State, we are seeing little in Enugu. Today, your political office holders can come on social media and engage you. How do we continue working on that to make sure that it becomes a norm in the Southeast? With that, we'll be able to say in the next 2 years, 5 years, or 10 years, we'll see results, metrics, things that we can measure. I hear you imperfect. Because why am I saying this? We're all leaders. Instead of coming here to come and again, if we no longer have Department of Chemical Engineering in Osoka, it is something our political office holders can argue on, and we can bring it back to UNN. The federal government is not stopping us from doing so. the UNN, what do you guys call it? The UNN, that's graduates, alumni can work on this and bring it back if you think that we need that particular department in Nsukka. So it's not something that federal government will have to do. Department, UNN have been able to set up new departments and nobody stopped them from doing it. We have chemical engineering in Unizik, I think we have in Futo. So it's not that, it is not the federal government that is stopping us from doing any sort of re-engineering or innovation that we're supposed to do. Where is our alumni? This is something we also discussed today. We can start raising funding to support those people in those departments, in those institutions, connect researchers to industries, Igbo industries, both home and abroad. I don't like being a victim because when you this victim mentality will never take you anywhere. You continue to remain a victim and it will also make you lazy because the little steps you're supposed to take for yourself, you will not be able to take it. Nobody is stopping us. If you go to Nsukka, people are doing wonderful stuff. And if there's need to build another Ogbonigo tomorrow, they will build an Ogbonigo, whether there's a chemical engineering department or not. We have material science engineering, we have mechanical engineering, we have electronics engineering. Very soon we'll have a genetic engineering. We are having so many of them there, microbiology and the rest of them. People are talking about chemical warfare. You can use those departments there, biotechnology, the rest of them, to build chemical weapons too. So nothing is stopping us. Not because, it happened this way, we should just continue with that story, head on, non-stop. No. They wouldn't allow us to set up a chemical engineering. Let's go and make sure that the one in Unizik is functioning very well. The mechanical engineering now and the rest of them, what have we used it to achieve? Newe is there. How are we supporting mechanical engineering and metallurgical and materials engineering in Futo and Nnamdi Azikiwe University and the UNN to support the technology that we need in Newe and Aba? How are we supporting the civil engineering to make sure that we love construction so much and people know how to spend money building houses? How many of those houses are built up by our people? Why is it that now the roads constructed in the south contracts are given to foreign companies? These are the things that we can champion. So I'm not going to blame the federal government. If federal government is lazy, we should not be lazy ourselves. We should start cultivating the mindset that we understand better than the government and we can take the bull by the horn and do things for ourselves. The same way Inosin have done it, the same way Bat and Naji have done it, the same way many other people are doing it in the Southeast. Thank you very much.
Can I ask him just one question, sir? Just one question.
Okay.
Why is innocent motor not a thing in Nigerian economy today? Even down to your political stuff. Can you tell me, please?
What did you say?
Why is innocent motor not being supported by our Nigerian economy today? Why
Innocent vehicles, one of the biggest.
I don't know whose mic is muffling. Is it mine or yours? I don't know. I can't hear the mic. When you speak, your mic sounds like you're under the water or something.
Can I answer that question?
If your name is Daniel Ezeogo.
Okay, hold on. Daniel, are you done with your question? I mean, Mr. Fact, have you asked your question? Let him answer. He said you were not done with the question. So can you?
I have a question for Daniel as well.
Okay, please. Mr. Fact, have you asked your question, please?
Yeah, Daniel, my question is this. First, I don't want to look at, I want to ask you two questions. I want to know why the cutoff, whatnot, to get into the uni in the East is high and the North is low. That's number one. It's like discouraging people to go to school in the East versus the North. Two, also, why is innocent motor not a thing? Is that not a big win to help the Nigerian economy? Why is it left for that man to push by himself? To take that brand to become a thing. If that's the first industry we have making vehicles in Nigeria.
I got your question. Let me answer.
Yeah. So why can you tell me? Yeah, go ahead. Tell me why, please. Thank you.
With your mic. First and foremost, Innocent is being supported heavily by the federal government. In short, Nigerian military is actually one of the biggest customers of Innocent. That's one. Then with regards to cutoff mark, cutoff mark has never been our problem. Cutoff mark is only what we use when we want to cry. If you look at the demographics in terms of number of people who enroll into institutions in Nigeria, we have the highest numbers. Southern Nigeria have the highest number. And that's also why the cutoff is high. If you come to Enugu State, for example, over 100,000 people or so write JAMB, and they're all looking for admission in a state. At most, UN and most times admit, I know around 2014, 2015, at most they admit 5,000 students. ASUTs probably will do way higher because they tend to take more numbers. Maybe they do 6,000 or 7,000. These are the two major institutions in the state. And then you have other private universities. So irrespective of these values, this scores, there are always more people from the Southeast who go way above this scores, and all of them are not even admitted. Now, why they started doing this cutoffs to so that they can have this what we call catchment areas, even if because you have more people going above average. We are trying to be, what do you guys call it again? There's this term that they use in Nigeria. Federal government set up that thing for many years ago, where you try to make sure that you accommodate other people coming from different places. Like, oh, somebody's coming from Kano. They want, let's say, microbiology. They scored 150. You take them. Because at the end of the day, it's probably one or two. I remember I finished from Osaka. In my department, we only had, I think, one person from Benue, two from Kogi, and then one from Delta. The other ones are people from the Southeast. So these people were actually came in through that way. So it has never been a problem. You understand? With that high score, our institutions itself cannot even accommodate the number of people who are scaling those scores. So it is not a problem for us. The only problem we have right now is that we are graduating thousands of people every year, but we do not have the mechanism. We do not have the infrastructure to host them in the Southeast, to accommodate them in the Southeast, so that they can provide and translate their knowledge to the industry. And that is something I want us to work on. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So, Mazi, what's
Can
your
I ask
question?
my question now?
Yes, please. Let's come to.
No, just one. Daniel, you said that if people from across the Niger said they are not Igbos, we should leave them. And at the same time, you said that some people on Saturday came up to say that they are Igbos. Okay, so my question to you is, do you think that Russia should have left southern and eastern Ukraine all alone by themselves?
Do I think what?
Russia should have left eastern Ukraine, the Donbass, and let me say the Donbass, the eastern Ukraine. Do you think that Russia should have left them alone for Ukraine government to continue killing them? Because some of them agreed to be Russians and some said they are not.
What is the impact today? Even now that Russia is fighting, do they have peace? They don't have peace.
No. You fight to get your peace. That's the point.
I'm not done with what I want.
It's a simple question of, do you think they should?
Can you allow me to finish? These are the issues. You asked your question.
No, because you not answer the question. You went ahead to be telling me how high it is today. That's not what I asked you. How is it today? That's what I asked you.
Okay, fine. I don't like back and forth.
Sorry, imperfect. Is this me? Daniel, your mic.
Excuse me now. Can I answer a question one after the other?
I know I'm not talking to you, Daniel.
I never interject. Allow me to finish first. Mr. Fast, mute your
before
mic.
you respond. Your mic is not good. That's what I'm calling your attention to. You're blowing my ear off.
Mr. Fact, don't worry. We are going to manage. On our way get accent, it affects our ears. We already used to such system. Na labeke. You people don't know. So Mr. Fact, we are used to it. Leave us like that. Okay, then I'll beg 10 seconds. Let's go to Makaja, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As far as I know, the reason why Russia went to war with Ukraine is not because of the Russians living in Ukraine. It was actually because of NATO. That is why Putin went to Russia with Ukraine. And that is why even till today, that is the bone of contention. They always maintain that Ukraine should not join.
So why was the referendum conducted in eastern Ukraine? What was the referendum?
Okay, Mazi, thank you so much. We'll come back to you guys shortly. Thanks so much. Look, no can debate this conversation. Mazi, hold on, please. Makaja, I beg you've spoken before. Let's hear from you after you come to Mazi Ochua, and come to those who never speak at all. Come to Kadiko, then come to Ben, then come to Chuka and Michael. That's for please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Everybody has spoken very well. Mr. Fag, I think your question should be, why do they pick the guys that have the lower score to be at the top of the what's it called? Everything they have there in the country, instead of asking why the score is like that. I think you should just be like, why do they end up picking the guys with the lowest score to be the leaders of those with the highest score? So that aside, I don't know if our brother from Ibuzo is still here. I would like to apologize to him on behalf of Real Mazi and maybe to anybody that felt offended about what he's saying. I think when you hear somebody that is like passionate, you should know. So we shouldn't take it personal. Okay, back to what I was saying before. My friend Ekene. So recently we talked, then he was like, you are Igbo, right? I said yes. I think he forgot he already told me he's Edo. Then I was like, you are Edo. He said, yeah, no, his mom is Edo, that he's Igbo. So I didn't bring up the fact that he tried saying before he was Edo that he's not Igbo, because I didn't even argue that with him. So, but what I understand is just like this talk we are having, this talk we keep having on online and everything. I think people are sensitizing themselves, getting educated and everything. So it's just like people are getting to know themselves more, letting go of the fear they have of identifying with their roots or something like that. So it's good we continue saying it, continue educating ourselves going forward. Then there is one other thing. I think the lady mentioned we should drop the name Biafra. I don't think we should drop the name Biafra. Especially when I say Biafra, I'm only speaking for, I'm not sure about other tribe that wants to join. I'm only speaking for the Igbo nation. So I don't think we should drop the name Biafra. I think every great nation on earth, it's just like they have these patriotic people that own something to those that have fought and died for the name. So I think we can build our country from there, Igbo nation. We can build something from the ashes of those that have laid down their life. We can like be patriotic. We can have something like with the name, with the blood and everything. We can't just like drop the name because people don't want to identify with it because of the horror and everything. No, we should build something from there. We should build something from the pain. That's where you get your patriotism. Everybody will have something to connect to. Like when you listen to America and you see them talking about people who died in the World War, you listen to Israel, they have theirs. So everybody have their own pain. We shouldn't just like, oh, it's painful, we should just drop it. No, we should find a way to live with it and be patriotic, build from there. So that's what I have to say. Thank you, everybody. Imperfect, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Mazi should be next after you come to Kadiko. Then come to Chuka. Wait, Chuka, you did last long too much. We'll go to Mike before come to Chuka. Okay, Mazi, back to you.
Yeah, imperfect. Thank you for giving me the mic to speak. Good evening. Something I wanted to say is just if it's possible for you to take Biafra out from this issue at this point, because Makanibos unable as time people as Obua Ute Yatago. I think this Biafra of a thing scares many people. Like I don't know the fear that or how he kind of triggers people. So if we want to talk about our brothers from Myanmar, the riverine areas and all that, we have Igbo people in Isobo, in Cross River State as well. So if we want to talk about them joining the Igbo brothers at this point, I think that's what we should focus on. You bringing this issue, like putting on Biafra here, is just trying to kind of trigger people again to insult us unnecessarily.
Okay,
Unnecessarily.
okay, hold on, Mazi, hold on. Chuka, Actually, you were the first person that entered this space, right?
Yes,
you know
yes,
why
yes.
why this? You know why you spoke? Shabina, you say okay, Moko Alam like this, Abi. Man, say,
No, I don't
oh,
say make
okay.
you add them. I say let me talk. Say make you come out.
When I had this Biafra, when we came up with this topic, I was like, okay, the fears. You're like, yes, like people are scared of Biafra. So okay, let us make it like, what are they scared of about Biafra?
It's not necessarily they are scared of Biafra. I see
Okay.
the trauma that comes with it.
Okay, now
The
okay,
problematic.
now
Yes.
this now hold on please. The issue is that those from outside the southeast, from Edo, like Igbos from Edo, Delta and other places, we're trying to like say, okay, what are they scared of when they hear that name Biafra? So that was why we added it to Mazi. But if you say make I take them off, then I'll take it off. Would that be okay then?
It's just my own opinion, though.
Yeah, I don't know
Just
because
like
so,
I said,
like
okay.
before you
I
joined,
don't think it should be
before you
taken
joined
off.
Can I
Mazi,
answer
hold
that?
on,
It should be there.
Chuka, hold on. Before you joined, like two people also said yes that they are scared of Biafra. So like want to know like what are they scared when you hear that name Biafra? So that's why I don't like
That's a
having
very good
Okay,
question, though.
let
But
me
I don't see
what
how
answer.
one
Can
person's
I answer?
opinion will make you want to change a
It's not
topic.
one. It's
But
not
that's a
one
good
person
question. Why are you
opinion. I'm
scared?
telling you the fact. You
because
are
I'm
seeing
like
it
I'm
on
just
ground.
asking. They're like, oh,
You people
they
don't
don't
want
want
to accept. People are
Chuka,
telling you. You have
Chuka.
heard up to like 5 Anyoma or 4 Anyoma people speak here. Me, I'm speaking. And I'm telling you the fact. You guys still don't want to agree.
Okay,
What is
And
the
I
fact?
ask
Why
you a
are you
question.
scared?
If you are
okay,
looking for a
wait.
jab, it's not
Chuka,
scared. It is the trauma that comes with it.
Okay,
Nobody's scared.
okay.
Oga,
You have
I
to.
lost my uncle. This trauma owner they hide under the face, they fear to talk about your history.
See,
That knowledge of self,
Oyibo man, okay,
this lack of education that we don't have. Okay, Cheregodu,
I asked you a question.
Okay,
I asked
Chuka,
you, are you going to force?
you see,
Are you going to force a
Chuka,
dog
you too
Okay,
like argument.
everybody,
to be
please
part
mute your
of your
mic. It's my
Chuka,
time
you
to
too
speak,
like
please.
argument. Chuka, hold on.
No,
Now,
I'm not
okay,
saying
wait.
I'm not saying it's not part of our identity. But I have told you guys times without number. I travel, I move. I'm into the construction industry. I move. I'm telling you what is on ground.
Okay, Chuka.
I asked you, do you know that Ijo people celebrate? They do this celebration that where they mock Biafra people. They wear all these something
Okay.
and be celebrating. They
one,
do it heavily.
I know.
It's not a small celebration.
I know about it. But the same Ijo person, then say give the name Biafra.
Have you
Okay,
have you seen the Willings report of 1958?
Okay,
Minority report of
Chuka,
1958.
hold on, please. Not be your turn. Wait, I asked you a question, but now you don't come twist them again. Say you know talk or this will happen. So now, guys, Mr. Fact, should I take off their fears of Biafra because this place was
no, please, leave it there. Leave it there. It's a very good question.
First 2-3 minutes of this place. Chuka,
see, Nami first, Nami.
Yes, he said
lack
yes.
of
Remember
education that
you
is causing the problem in Nigeria, and people want to be myopic and they're scared to talk about your history. It's a shame.
I'm not saying it's not part of us.
Why are you scared?
Remember,
why should that topic trigger you?
Listen, wait, it's not triggering me. You have to finish. You have to finish JS3 before you enter. You have to finish SS3 before you enter university. You can't jump from
my nieces, none of them
I asked you.
Chuka, oh, God of mercy, I can imagine having your ability.
Can I make my submission now, please?
Yeah,
so
there's a reason why we have this in here for them to see what's their fears about Biafra. Nothing much, but go on.
It's not good. Like I said on your earlier speech, that the state the Anyoma state has been there. Whether they carve it out today or they refuse to carve it out tomorrow, whichever year that happens to be that Biafra gets their independence, Anyoma is going with them. That like it's not something that it's not even up for debate. Like it's not up. Anyoma is a state on its own. Whether they like let them carve it out to Yoruba land or middle or western Nigeria, it's not our problem. It's not our problem. But the point still remains that Anyoma is Biafran territory. So, but my point here is that at this point, what they are talking about is how to kind of bring our Igbo brothers back, a kind of to unite them together in one cause to have that Igbo identity. Yes, I would say it's a good one. It's a good one. But forcing people on the other hand is somehow not good. This Chipka, I think you asked a question about the people of Jaw. If you're going to force them, if some said if they say they are not Biafrans and all that. I believe that the referendum that held in eastern Ukraine a few years back, some countries have recognized those region, that particular region, as a sovereign state. Some countries have refused to recognize them. You get. So if it happens to be that tomorrow that some people in that part of a job said that, you know what, we want to join Biafra, and some said no. It's left for them to say, okay, you know what, conduct a referendum for us to choose where we want to belong. You can't just force people. This is democratic dispensation. You can't just force people because some few people say they don't want to be part of Biafra. Then I say, oh, just like what they are doing in Riverine area and Delta State. Some few people, because they have loud voice, they will tell you that they are not Igbo. But I was so surprised on Saturday, many indigenous people from that region, that Anioma, came up to speak. They came up on that place to speak. You heard them telling you that they are Igbos.
Yes, Mazi, you people are not getting it right.
Referendum will settle that your fear. Referendum.
This is the problem. It's not my fear. It is fear of everybody.
You ask a question and I've answered you. Now you want to spin it around again.
Question now. Let him finish. No gag the guy. No gag him. Let him finish. Raise your hand up.
My hand is up. My hand is up. My hand is up.
Yeah, so
what I'm
keep it up with your mic on your mic mute. Keep your hand up with your mic mute, please. Let the guy talk.
If you conduct a referendum today in Bayelsa or any Ijaw land, they will overwhelmingly vote 90 to 80%.
Allow fine and good then, no problem. Allow it to happen.
So that's what I'm trying to tell you now.
Allow it to happen.
How do you know? That is your mind telling you
Mr.
what
Fact,
it be. But that's not the actual answer.
I know because I know.
How do you know? How can you make up
because
for the
I
whole
know.
community?
Do you have any facts or data or any data backing up your claims? Do you have any data backing up that claim?
I have so many data, but what I'm telling you is
because you heard you travel around, you are a construction worker.
Go and wait. Go and see Willings Minority Report Commission of 1958. Have you seen the referendum? Have you
will not know.
Haven't you talked about the situation of Nigeria today? My first people to leave Nigeria.
This same Nigeria
will be like people could hold assumptions so heavy than their own
history. Please let me round up. Let me round up.
You are not even in
Nigeria. Let me round up.
You are in Nigeria.
You are come back to Nigeria anytime soon too if I want to. That doesn't change anything.
Enter now, you come and see for yourself. Now.
I know for myself already before I left. Nothing has changed.
People when they celebrate, they mock the African
wait, we've had you've made that point before. You've made the same points often and on.
What's it again you want?
Wait, let me tell you something. The situation of Nigeria today, that people are leaving Nigeria for a greener pasture outside the country.
The whole part of Igbo people.
Can you listen? Can you?
Look at wait now. People know they interject why they give you submission. Hold on, please.
People. Thank you very much. People are leaving Nigeria at this point because Nigeria is not even functioning. People are selling off their properties, anything that they have in Nigeria.
Mr. Fact,
mute your mic.
Mr. Fact,
mute your mic.
He's a born US.
Mute your mic, please.
He was born in the US.
Mr. Fact, talk now. Allow people speak. Now you can't tackle me for timeline today without knowing.
Chuka, fun fact: I graduated at University of Jos. Okay, if you think I was born in the US, then these are the issues you assume and run away with your assumption.
Mr.
What is not fact
abroad,
is not checked.
Okay,
so if you think I base here, I've been in Nigeria very well, maybe more than you. Okay, so no, let my whatever.
It's okay, fact. Hold on, calm down, Biko. I beg, it's okay, Mazi. Jesus Christ.
Nah, they don't allow me to speak. Nah, you can't.
Somebody graduated with her doctorate at 16.
You can't say Makaja, hold on, please. I beg.
So what I was saying is that people are leaving Nigeria, like even Ghana, people are relocating to Ghana, even Kenya, Tanzania, because the situation of Nigeria today, people they just want to leave that country. if you present a better option for them in terms of a referendum to join Biafra, and they see that, okay, this is a new nation for them to start afresh and believe in that it will be better. It will definitely be better from what they're seeing. And what makes you think that those votes will not change? Those your data that I think you have from whatever, I don't know the fact that you're pointing at. What makes you think that people will not vote against Nigeria as of today? Haven't you thought of that? Nigeria is kind of going down on daily basis. So in conclusion, I would just say that first, at this point, I don't think that Biafra is the plan. I'm sorry, from Edo, a bunch of people from Edo, Riverine area, the Igbos from Riverine area, Igbos from Delta. If they come up to speak that they want to join the Igbo borough, I think we Igbos, we will not shy away from them. We will not shy away. For Igbo people that is saying, no, leave them, they need to speak for them. They are our brothers. If they need our voice to amplify their pain, we will help them do that. Gladly, we will do that for them. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I beg. Make everybody calm down.
Mr. Imperfect.
Oh God, make I
want
talk now. Ha! Jesus Christ. Normally, those who stand the cross leg, they're very calm. Huh?
My blood they hot.
My own they boil. I beg. You get some people where I they expect them to release songs since, but they have not released any song. I beg. Where are these guys? I beg. The place where Buhari for go to the put for the like after Niger or South Sudan. I beg, go get the video too. But person send me the video, I beg. Thank you so much. Okay, Kadiko, you should be next. I beg. Let's hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Imperfect.
You're welcome,
Thank
my
you,
bro.
everyone on this week.
Welcome.
Yes. Igbos in Delta. You know, the fear, like there was a time as of last year, I was somewhere in River State. And I started to ask those of people from River State, what is their fear? What is their problem? Those that are saying that they are not, Igbos. They started saying to me, yes, because of one, if they actually agree to be Igbos, that Igbos are also going to marginalize them, that Igbos are going to suppress them, and so on. I was like, why? If it's just like I did a questionnaire on that, that when I was, in that River State. So they told me, that look, during the Biafran War.
That is what they fed them. That's the belief they fed them to divide.
Yeah, hold on now. Hold on. Hold on, my brother. I'm coming to that point. Okay. They were like, yes, during Biafran War or the Civil War, that they were told that the Biafrans came killing them, killing, raping their children and all whatnot. Okay. Even at a point, I met one of the king of that particular community, one of the Eze, and he was answering Eze. And he said that he's not an Igbo man. I asked him this question. I said, Sir, Eze, Brikweo, what is the meaning of Eze? And where have you heard this name Eze in Nigeria? Because they told me that they came from Edo. Is that Edo State? Yes. That they came all the way, that their history, that they've traced their history down from Edo State. And I said to them, is there any word like Eze in Edo State. What does it mean in Edo State? You said that you migrated from. And this man, this Eze, is also answering Igbo name. His kingdom name is also an Igbo name. He started giving me histories and histories and histories and histories. You see, they were fed and told that the Biafran came after them during the war. I said to them, I said, look, it's just like what my uncle told me some time ago. He said, this divide and rule, some people might come into your family. They see that, yes, there is peace. Okay? What they do is they create problem. Or they might come and attack one of you. Okay, once they attack one of you, they turn back, or they might wear the face of your brother, okay, to come and attack you. Once they attack you, okay, they now come to you, to you and say, didn't you see that it's your brother that attacked you? And that was exactly what happened during the Biafra, because the South, as they call them now, because there was nothing like South then, okay, they were actually in support of Biafra, okay, but they were on defense. They were on defense. And what Nigerian people did, and the British, to be able to do what? Carve them to themselves. They went on, wear Biafran uniform, pretend as if they were Biafrans, the Biafran military, and attacked those people. And came back and said that we are saving you people from the Biafran soldiers. Okay? And that was why these guys now thought, because then there was no technology. People were not reasoning as people are reasoning now. Okay, they were not exposed, all that, to know that yes, these people are disguising themselves like Biafran soldiers to come and attack them, just to make sure that yes, Biafrans do not come together, okay, to fight that war. And that also happened in Delta State, and even in Edo State. It's also happened in Edo State. Okay, some part of Edo where they were killed, and they now tagged it, yes, it's the Biafran soldiers that killed, and because they wore the Biafran soldier uniform. So, and they failed to understand that. Okay, and because of this, that has been their fear, because they were fed, and now because of the oil that is in the River State and the rest of them,
Another angle.
they are now using it. They are now using it, okay, to make sure that these people do not say that they belong to their Igbos or their Biafrans.
It's a fact.
Let me put it that way.
It's a fact.
Can you hear me?
I said that's another angle, another great angle.
That was what they did. Okay, how do you think that they dragged America into the Second World War? You don't know what these guys do.
Of course,
Then
I know them.
Paint aircraft. Take
My
go hit American this thing. Can you go on, brother?
Then go bomb.
My father,
now Osama bin Laden to attack this person. That's what US
Hey, I beg, not on my space. I go just end this place now. Beg.
Chuka cross leg.
No talk, I beg. Don't say it. I beg. Thank you. No call names here. I beg. Kadiko, I beg. 4 minutes more. I beg. 3 minutes. Thank you.
My father was a Biafran soldier. He fought the war, and I've sat down with him, and he narrated. He told me all the stories. He was a brilliant man, well read and educated. He told me everything that transpired. Okay, but those that did not know, that do not have the means to know, are propagating garbage. Okay, I met the Eze. I said, look, I have my own version. If you can listen to me, you were not, maybe you might not be there, or you were not opportune, okay, to understand exactly what happened. And so many of them begin to reason after I actually narrated, what actually happened. They started reasoning deep and was like, wow, okay. And I converted so many of them.
Sorry, my
Okay,
brother.
those that I
They
met,
said, sorry, my brother. Hold on. They said, wow. That tells you they are myopic to their own history. And that's an easy. These are the issues. Continue.
So you see, because of this, there is one thing in Africa and in Nigeria is anywhere belle face. Okay, stomach infrastructure. Like Wike will not tell you or agree that he's an Igbo man. Okay, because he knows what he's getting. Because of this oil of a thing, they are now carve them and give them. So no, don't belong to this, because they know they are now thinking that if they belong to Biafra, okay, or Igbo, if they call themselves Igbo, Igbos are also going to be part of this oil thing that they think that they have, that they think that is not in Igbo land. And that is what is deceiving them. And these guys are just, rubbing this sugar on their lips, and then rub it on their lips, and then take back the sugar and swallow themselves. And those of them that are in power in those areas are still propagating this rubbish, telling their people how Igbo people are bad, they should not associate with them and all whatnot, just to make sure that they keep, enslaving their people within their own territory. Someone said today, that look, you see, you cannot be a prisoner or a slave and progress in that slavery, or a prisoner and you progress as a prisoner. If Igbos or Biafrans want to progress, they need to be free completely. They need to be free completely. Don't say, you can go and develop an Igbo now. You can go and develop this place. These guys will frustrate you. If they don't frustrate you by the laws that their constitution, they frustrate you with your people, like what is happening in the Southeast today, where the governors, okay, because of stomach infrastructure, you go Abuja, have meeting to kill your brothers and sisters, okay, because they want to give you power, because they promise you power. You kill them, sell them off, just to remain, in power. They can do that, but once you separate yourself and liberate yourself and get yourself free completely from these enemies, that is when you can now talk about development in the Southeast. How many years after the war, what do we have to show that yes, there is this agreement that this nonsense agreement that they said that they had? What is so much to count? Is so much, if I start mentioning them here today, I will not finish mentioning it. So what I want, and I'm happy, there was one of them, I went to buy some things in the market. I met this guy. His name is Igbo. His mother's name, because I started asking him, what is your mother's name? What is your name? What is your father's name? Everything Igbo. I now called him. I said, can you see how the guy started laughing? And he called me brother. I said, look, we all know, but our leaders have been bought. Because of what they have, they wouldn't let us. Ken Saro-Wiwa was killed because he was fighting for his people. It will still happen to many others. If the Igbos do not come together to fight this thing together, okay, so much will keep happening in the Southeast and the places that they call South today. But I wouldn't want to force anybody to be a Biafran. And that name Biafra will still exist. All we all fight is this, to get this referendum, to get Biafra, and all of them today that are saying they don't want to be part of Biafra, we definitely join, because Nigeria will know is not a place for them to stay, and they will hear it. Because I don't see the reason why the oil wells in the South, as they call themselves today, will be given to a northerner. all the money that is being made in the South today. Come and see skyscrapers everywhere in Lagos. All the oil companies have their headquarters in Lagos. Why can't they have their headquarters in all their states, all the South states?
Another
Okay,
angle.
they go there
But
and get peanuts, give them peanuts. Mr. Perfect, give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. They go there, give them peanuts, come to Lagos State, go to Abuja, and keep developing those areas. How many railway do we have in South? How many companies have their headquarters there? That place is just like if you go to Port Harcourt now, how many skyscrapers are you going to see in Port Harcourt? Dangote want to build refinery. He's building it in here. He's building it in the southwest.
In Lagos,
Okay.
like a pine Tropicana in Lagos, I've
In
been there.
Lagos.
Seen
get
it. So
oil.
for those
Lagos
who
get
wait to
oil.
say I never been, I know the
all this
Nigeria
way when they
before,
talk here.
like Chuka.
And
Lagos
do
get
not have
oil
Pine
oil.
now. Lagos get crude oil.
Dangote
Which one
refinery,
be?
I have
Lagos
been
do
there
not have
physically
oil.
myself.
Oga
Lagos
Lagos
do
get
not have
oil
oil.
deposit. Why would they talk like
Which
this?
oil
Lagos do
deposit
not have
Lagos
oil,
gets?
my brother.
See the simplest one
I
they
bring
put
your
up the
money.
debate.
Bring
There's
your
no
money now.
oil.
How would I go?
Hold on, I beg, I don't hear money.
Who be this people where they give mic guy? People will go just.
I beg, I don't hear money. I beg. Ah, this is the best part of space. I beg. Daniel, get your account number ready. Look at how much you want bring. I beg, who they set money because who wanna say get oil?
Mbappe, I dare here, I will see.
Okay, guys, calm down, beg. Let's move on. And Kadika, beg, a minute more, please. Let's move on.
So what I'm talking about is this. You see, we the people. Let me say the people. Forget about these people that you call leaders that are not actually do not have anything good for their people. They are all there for their families and their pockets. At the end of the day, after their 8 years, they will leave that state, go to abroad, go to Abuja, go and stay. And they're deceiving the people. Okay? They're deceiving the people. So you should wisen up and know that it's no longer Uhuru. Okay? Biafra, I want everybody come together. Let's fix what Biafra should be. Let's write this constitution that will be for everybody. Do not be anywhere far. And when it comes, you start complaining. Now, come now. Let us begin to write the constitution. Let us begin to fix and set how this Biafra will touch all and sundry. Okay? Now that is early enough so that Nigeria will not happen to us. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Michael, you should be next, please. Make it 4 minutes, please.
I beg, make I talk now. Nah.
Wait, now this guy's been here for like only God knows how long. You don't interject.
Wow.
No, nah.
After
I
Michael,
was the
after
first
Michael,
person to speak. This guy, this Michael guy, I've talked here.
after him,
Where this guy again? He have left here. Nah, all these things where
I said you will take him now in 2 minutes, he's done, but it will take like 20 minutes. That's the issue. Hold on, please. Go on, I beg.
Well, in this COG. You know what? This thing we are saying, we are just like going forth and back and forth and back. I don't think we are making progress here on a serious note, because the idea of this thing is not like nobody wants Biafra or anything. I am a hardcore pro Biafra person. But if I ask some of the people here now that are in this Biafra struggle, which of the factions are spearheading this movement? This one say I'm the one. This one say I'm the one. The fact is that we are not ready for Biafra. We are not. From the movement itself, it is already divided, because how will I put it now? Igbos are not even united within themselves, and you want to drag all these other people, magnet them into yourself. Solve your internal problem first before drawing all these guys. All of them have identity that are relating with Igbos and all that. We have similar identities with the Ijos, the Soko, and all these guys. They are watching you, whether you like it or not. They're actually watching how the movement is going. how people are organizing themselves, you know. And so if we cannot, I will believe that we should be pro-Igbo first. That house has to be clean. We need to unite ourselves. Anyoma is just the first step. And we like it that, oh, people of Anyoma, they are identifying, they are forcefully fighting to join the Southeast. If that goes through, the next group of people, maybe the Igede people or Doma people, will fight. I want to be part of my brothers. Then maybe
I
people,
swear, guy, these Biafra guys, they are not strategic guys. Like guy, nah, no strategy, just Biafra. With the form something, the form state. That way they carry the post for jumbo truck here. Nah,
what's that? Anyway, so my point is we should focus on cleaning our house within before we can attract anybody. The war, yes, it happened and it splits all our brethren left and right. It split us left and right. Because even those who wanted to do divide and rule, they didn't bring a Yoruba man to do it. They didn't bring an Hausa man to do it. It was somebody who looked like you that they brought to divide you from within. Even up to now, they are still using your brothers to do it. Kabia said can be lucky. Oh, Alex Otti is there. But the other states, your governors are doing it. Your brother, even if you say you want to lead Imo State, you want to lead Enugu State out of this, somebody from within will come and be the eyes and ears of either the British people or the Janjaweed from the north. So I'm just saying that Biafra struggle should be, let me say, put forward so that we can solve this problem we have within Igbo land, first of all. The problem of disunity in anything we are doing. That thing is very important. Secondly, this regional government system that they want to do is another way of advocating. Instead of saying things like South, South, Middle Belt, South, all these useless names, why can't we force a bill or push another bill that will identify the regions by their ethnic groups? UAE is one of them. It's a regional system. UK is one of them. But in UK, you don't hear southeast, south of UK, south north of you hear the names: Scotland for Scottish, Ireland for Irish, Wales for Welsh people. If those regions they want to do now in that Nigeria, they want to create regional governments. Another way of pushing it to solve this identity crisis is by using the ethnic identity. It can be Igbo land, it can be Yoruba land, it can be Ijaw land. If Akwa Ibom people want to create their own land, they will name their own land. The Middle Belt people will give themselves a name. So that over 50 years, 20 years, that your identity will be part and parcel of you. That is where we should start from.
But they have done that already.
They have done that already, but that's not what they are doing. That's
No,
not what.
Oduduwa is a region on its own,
Okay,
according to the
yes,
proposal at the
yes,
time
but
of Tinubu.
I like that. Oduduwa is a region on its own, but in the name, when they divide it into 8 regions now, according to the one that they are doing, they won't name it Oduduwa now. They will name it Southwest.
No, it's Oduduwa.
It's
Go and check
Oduduwa
it.
people that will be naming themselves. Huh?
It's Oduduwa. It's written there.
Okay, no problem. That's just another way of drawing our brothers back. You know, all these Anyoma guys. Because if Igbo land is a region, people like Anyoma and all these guys, it won't be difficult to say, oh, you're part of Igbo. They will just naturally, go into that region naturally. Because at that point, you will not hear someone from Urobo say, no, and Anyoma is in Urobo land. Though. They will first ask you, which language are you speaking? Oh, Igbo. Oh, yeah, move into your land. That's another way of solving this. When all these people are resolved into their land, then Biafra can come. And by that time, Biafra will be a confederation whereby Igbo land will come, Ijo land will come. By that time, they know their identity. Nobody's arguing about are you Igbo or not. By that time, they know I am Ijo, I am Igbo, I am Urobo. You know, so when those confederation comes, just like the UAE and the UK, that is when the Biafra flag will not fly. Because by that time, there will be nothing like identity crisis. And that's why I'm saying this. I say, we Igbos, since we are the one, let's say we are the one moving this agenda, we need to lead it from the front so that those who are watching, just like one other guy said, I can't remember his name, it's like when you are doing well, people will love to be associated with you, just like Israel. When they were destroying the Jews and all those things, everybody were hiding their identity. Oh, I'm not Jew, I'm not a Jew, I'm not this. But today now, when Israel is, you know, among the big nations, they're like magnets everywhere because they started from within. They didn't start from outside. They started from within to grow, to expand from inside. In fact, they were overshadowed by Palestine at the beginning until they started making waves from within. And from within, they expanded, and now they're in the world. So we need to lead from the front. That is my point. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So everybody now so don't speak. Apart from those who don't join now. And please, if you're joining, please indicate just the way Benedict did. If not, you may not be able to speak or take it down to the listener section. No vex, we can go next. So guys, everybody now should get 4 minutes each, apart from newcomers. Newcomers are Benedict, Ikwere, Azu, and Awin. I don't know this Awin. Is it Awin Bumi? Let me check. Let me ask. Is this Awin Bumi, my brother from Ghana? Is he the one? Awin Bumi, are you the one?
Yes, so my
Hey, what happened to your other account? I invited now for like almost 4 months. No reply.
they blocked me.
Oh.
You know, they hate to hear the truth when it's coming from.
Be on standby, okay? We'll join shortly. We could get rest of mind. Over to you, please.
Good evening, everybody. You know what I'm trying to reference on is we shouldn't be talking about Biafra at this point in time. At how things stands now, you understand where I'm heading to. And this guy keeps posting this Biafra territory here in this jumbo truck. I don't know if I post, the guy go post. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is that we were all Igbo before we were Biafra. My point is that Biafra can never come. Biafra is an illusion. I will keep saying it. Biafra is an illusion. It is elusive. It is not going to come. It will never come. I am saying this for a fact. Do you know why I say so? Because Biafra is a conglomerate of different ethnic groups, which most of the ethnic groups, I'm not saying the bulk or the numbers, who identified as Biafra, it just can never be part of Biafra. Even if you start a referendum in the next 10 years or today, the Bibios won't, Efik won't, Ejeham won't, Ogonis will never.
How do you know?
I'm saying
How
it
do you know?
because I know. I'm telling you the fact.
Have you asked all of them?
I know. People where they celebrate, we have to start first with ourselves.
Okay, wait.
We have to start working on ourselves first.
Okay.
I'm trying to say is that apart from that, I've made, you are taking my time. What I'm saying is that we have to first identify ourselves as Igbos. All these people where they talk say they know be Igbo or blah 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 blah. Ask them. When Zimbabwe came 1699, their forefathers identified as Igbos. When Captain Hukro came 1821, their forefathers identified as Igbos. When Dr. Baiki came in 1852, their forefathers identified as Igbos. When Atoglin Leonard came in 1906, their forefathers identified as Igbos. When GT Basdin came in 1921, their forefathers identified as Igbos. When Percy Amaritabos did his work, their forefathers identified as Igbos in 1931. 1937, C.K. Meek did his own work. Their forefathers identified as Igbos. Furthermore, with new tools and new equipment, did their own work in 1952. All these people, their forefathers identified as Igbos. Nothing changed, and nothing will change to today. All these people you are seeing, they are not Igbo, are miscreants, are migrants. I'm telling you this for a fact. From Enuani to Ukwani to Ika to Ikwere to my own Eche to Oba to Ebema. In fact, there is Ebema in Imo and Rivers. To
Chuka, check the Jumbotron, please. Yeah. Check the Jumbotron because you said nobody from Akwa Ibom wants to be a Biafran. So check the Jumbotron. I posted the video there.
Nobody.
So the video might convince you. Check the video. That's one of them. Check the video. That's one of them.
One person identifies that he doesn't.
That one person said he's not. That one person said he's not. That one person said he's not as well does not count.
You add my own time. You add my
no,
time.
you interjecting me. So why are you angry now? You did something to me.
I just want to say you add my own time. What I'm saying is that one person or two or three people identifies that it doesn't make the majority.
For the fact that one or two people said they don't want to be Biafran doesn't mean the majority doesn't want to.
Now,
get the point.
Few miscreants. Wait, that's some few miscreants now masquerade that Anioma is not Igbo doesn't make the majority of Anioma people not Igbo. Most of the people who are in this space listening to the 3-day space, even to today, all of them are coming out to say they are Igbo. Most of them, anybody who is saying he or she is not Igbo, has another ancestry. That I am telling you this for a fact. You understand? So the majority, what is the majority saying? That is the main cocoa. It is not what one or two or three.
You don't have any data to back your claims.
Yes, I don't have any data, but I'm telling you from what is on ground. I'm telling you this for a fact. Even if you want to, you guys are complaining Nigeria, this one, many ethnic nationalities, or this one. Biafra is still the same. Biafra is mini Nigeria. The same struggle. There is a risk as a country use their ethnic. Oh, my girlfriend, they call me no verse. Please, can I come? My girlfriend, they call me.
In a country where there is justice, equity, and fairness, there won't be agitation. You get? It doesn't matter how many ethnic groups are in that country. It doesn't matter. The only problem with Nigeria is that there is no fairness, there is no equity, there is no justice. You get? There is no justice. There is no justice.
Okay, Chuka, a minute more. And Engineer Jack, they join us soon. He'll be here in the next few minutes. So, Chuka, I don't know if you want to be on standby, but talk to your girlfriend, I beg. Make no one touch in my space, make you lose your girlfriend. Because I know from the way you sound, it took you like almost 4 years to get her. Please talk to your girlfriend and come back. Once you come, just signal me like this. I will give you a mic, you make you talk. Yeah? Thank you so much. Okay, let's hear from those.
This is Engineer Jack, the guy from the job that is claiming Ikwere.
Engineer Jack na Benin.
From which one? The one from they have this one that is always complaining to you about how Igbos are insulting them and what. That is from Ikwere. And that is from Jock that is claiming Ikwere. Always claiming Ikwere, Jock guy. Claiming Ikwere. Okay, today is the Jock guy. Okay, no problem.
Okay, please, Daniel, I don't know if you want to say something for 2 minutes. Mr. Fact, also 2 minutes before we have our new speakers, please.
All right, I'm perfect. Can you hear me?
Yeah, please, 2 minutes, please. And let's have new speakers afterwards.
I just want to reiterate this very thing again. I never said we should not say that our brothers are living across the Niger. What I'm saying is that we should allow them to own the narrative. And that is why I said earlier that since after the election last year, we've seen pockets of people from the Niger Delta who always hold spaces. Some of them are imperfect friends, the likes of Jack, denigrating Igbo people, saying that there is no Igbo people living in Delta states. There is no Igbo people living in Niger Delta. They insult Namen. And we used to be the ones to go and respond to them. But recently, people of Anioma have come out to speak for themselves. And I said, we should stop doing that we should not be the one defending people, that people who these things directly affect should come out and speak for themselves. And I can assure you what happened on Saturday was a shock, because all of those people that used to run their mouth, we did not see them to come and challenge the people. So that's the point that I'm making. And then again is that Biafra is a struggle. I'm not saying that it will never happen. It may happen in the future. But what I'm saying is that we need to put in the work. And the work that we need to put in is to make sure that we are advancing ourselves. Let me ask you guys something. On your individual capacity, the world has not been fair to you. You are advancing yourself. You are taking courses. Some of you are going to institutions. Some of you are doing 2-3 jobs at the same time. Why are you doing it? You could have just folded your arms and be waiting for the world to favor you, for things to look the way you want it to look before you start doing any of that. So that is what I want us to do in our Igbo. So we cannot continue to say that, oh no, that we cannot achieve anything until we achieve Biafra. It is a lie. Go and look at the Human Development Index today in Nigeria. Even though we fought war 50 years ago, we have the best Human Development Index in Nigeria, which is even one of the reasons. I remember last year before the election, I said, I'm not really a bigger fan of Peter Obi becoming the president of Nigeria at the time. Why did I say so? I said, look at how people from other parts of the country have destroyed this country. Peter Obi is a man who works with data. If Peter Obi becomes the president of Nigeria today, he will even focus more on where you have lower HDI. And what it simply means is that his government will even benefit more of people in the north and other parts of this country than the southeast. Because even though Nigeria has not been favorable to us, we've worked hard enough to improve our Human Development Index. Does it mean that we have achieved all that we need to achieve? The answer is no. So let's consolidate on that one and improve ourselves. If a road today is fixed in the southeast, it is going to add to our own development. It's going to make life easier for us. Somebody has invested in power in Aba. What do you think is going to happen? It is going to spur more people to start investing in businesses in Aba. So let's look at these things holistically. You understand? We can do multiple things at the same time, and let's start doing it. So instead of always sitting and always clamoring that, oh, if it doesn't go this way, you must not achieve anything. Let's see what you can. And again, be perfect before I go. Somebody made a statement earlier and said that Nnamdi Kanu will never be released. It is not true. Nnamdi Kanu will be released.
Who said that?
I think somebody made it before I even spoke the first time. Someone said with Nigeria, he's never. See, Kanu will be released. Kanu was released before. He was released through a political solution. And he will be released again through a political solution. But there's one lesson I want each and every one of us, especially those who feel like they carry Biafra on their head more than other people, is the fact that you do not denigrate your own people and suddenly want their support tomorrow. The guy in UK prison today, Ike Ekweremadu, and many other senators in the Southeast, they led the campaign. They went to Buhari and got Kanu released. But when he was released, we did not, what was the return on investment for them? They got a lot of insults piled upon them. You understand? And then again, Kanu have been rearrested again. And how will he be released? Political solution. Who are the people that is going to make that political movement? Our politicians. So that is why I say that we must get it left, right, and center. You must fix your people everywhere. That because without the political, so even if you are going to have a Biafra tomorrow, there will still be political office holders who will clamor for you. Ohaneze, last week, 2 weeks ago, went to see Nnamdi Kanu. We don't know what the deliberation is. People are putting in the effort. The politicians in the Southeast are being talked to. He will be released. But when he's released, what can we do on our own part? What lessons have you learned? How can you change? What have you learned to say, this is how I'm going to start leading this movement henceforth? Or is it going to be the same fire brigade approach? Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Mr. Fox, please, 2 minutes, please. Then let's have new speakers. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to let it down on Daniel spoken well. I understand his point of view of what he's saying, but yeah, I can agree less. That is, if the other fundamental structures that should come from the system, like for instance, we talked about why do we not have a port or International Port Authority in the East? Why don't we have another port as well for export and import of stuff into the country in the East? Why is River Niger not dredged? That water links Nigeria to the world. Why is that not there? There's some economical factor. Another thing again, why is the refinery so way back in Lagos against where the whole resources were coming from? All these are some political decision to keep the East and Southeast back. So whether you like to take it or not, that's another thing. Individually, nothing was given to the Igbos, and this is where we are today. We are business-minded, business-oriented people pushing, regardless of what was taken away from us, we still survived and still push and still stand where we are today. So to counter Daniel's point, I understand what he's talking about holistically. Yes, we're doing that for ourselves individually. Now, the governmental, the economical aspect of things that should drive an economy is not there for the Igbos to harness. And if they open those port authorities, things will begin to flow. And now they don't want that because, yeah, people might import ammunition that might cause another scare of another Biafran war, because war is won by infantry soldiers according to the technology that they have today, and also food that goes into the stomach of those soldiers that are fighting it. Now let's read this real quick. It's just a little stuff. I want to touch some areas. Nigeria Civil War, 6th of July 1967, 15th to 15th of January 1970, was also known as the Biafran War. Right. This war was fought between Nigeria and the Republic of Biafra as a secessionist state, which has declared independence from the people in 1967. Nigeria was led by Yakubu Gowon and Biafran Lieutenant Chukwuemeka Ojukwu. Biafran represented as a nationalist state aspiring for the Igbo ethnic group. Again, Igbo ethnic group, whose leadership felt they could no longer coexist. The Igbo ethnic group felt they could no longer coexist with the federal government dominated by the interests of the Fulanis. I gave you guys a caveat to go study who the Fulanis are, the story about Otman Danfodio, and how they captured the main indigents of that land, was the Hausas till this day. Now, the Igbo ethnic group said we can no longer coexist with these people. And that Igbo ethnic group comprises of all the Port Harcourt that people are talking about today that I don't know where division was given to. Mazi Cheregodu, Cheregodu, Biko. That same Igbo ethnic group were given. Okay, cool. That same Igbo ethnic group comprises of those thing Chuka is kicking against, all those Ibibio, whatever your name, whatever you see on the Jumbotron. These are people who were fighting against the federal government of Nigeria that didn't exist, or the military that's been staged upon them, which is known as the House of Fulanese. They said you can no longer coexist with these people because they've been dominated by the Fulanese of the northern Nigeria. This conflict resulted to a political first, economical. That's why I talked about why are all those economical things that we need in the east not there? Why is it in Lagos and why is it in Abuja? This is the reason for the war 54 years ago till this day. Nothing has been done to prove that we are one Nigeria, we could live together and we could coexist. This was the agitation of Ojukwu to liberate Nigeria completely from the hands of the slave masters. Now, till this day, nothing has been done. Even the political aspect of things, the economical aspect of things, nothing has been done, but rather they paraded us with governors. Oh my God, imperfect. Please, I don't want to hear that noise at this time because I want to read the final one, just the final one, please. Now, let me just hit this up here. Now, the political, this war resulted, the conflict resulted from the political, economical, ethnic, and cultural religious tension, which projected in the United Kingdom as this decolonization of Nigeria, which they never did from 1960 to 1963. Now, within a year of the Nigerian government troops surrounded the Biafran and they captured the coastal oil facility. That's the first place they captured during the war. After 1 year of that war, they captured the coastal facilities and city of Port Harcourt, and they created a blockage to impose deliberated policy during the statement, which led to mass starvation of Biafran civilians in that state during the 2.5 years of the war. And that includes the whole Kwashoko, starvation, and people were dying and all that. When this Biafran, this Nigerian military troop being supported by the British Army, captured that coastal side of Port Harcourt, there you begin to get that gospel of division, that gospel, a slave will always be slave. You can't be answering easy. Well, what's the other name you call it? They are Nyoma people, and you are answering an Igbo name. You said you're not an Igbo man because of what was fed to them. This is not even something, I don't know why they don't teach anybody this in Nigeria, because that will increase tension. The economical aspect of things in the East is not making sense. If you open the ports today in the East, half of the economy Lagos is enjoying from Igbos will disappear. You don't make a place, metropolitan state in Lagos, industrialized place in Lagos, and you don't give them the tool. Do you think every Igbo man wants to bring his container through the Nigerian ports? Do you think that? So these are the issues. These are the economical issues. Why is the refinery in Lagos when the oil is coming from the southeast and southwest and south, sorry? Why is Abuja the headquarters? Why is all these places the headquarters? These are the issues. Igbos are doing well, Daniel, naturally. We did do well. We did hustle. We did make them. If you put a seaport in Nigeria, put an international airport in the East today, Lagos will be empty, and they know it, but they won't let it happen. So we can't sit down here and fool around and pretend. This is 57 years. Now, let me tell you how many people that have ruled Nigeria during the Biafran War. Yakubu Gowon, Hassan Kassina, Buhari, 1-2 times, Obasanjo, Sani Abacha, nothing from the Igbo commanders or brigadiers that ruled the country for 54 years. Is that marginalization? Tell me what it is. Peter Obi, you want to tell me if you go by normal people and every vote, do you think Peter Obi didn't win the election that we saw? So, man, I don't understand how you want to just fold your hand and say, it's okay, let's agree to be slave. Don't worry, one day Messiah will come. You're scared to die. You have to speak. The reason your ancestors was killed, they are dead. Their offspring will continue. I die today, my offspring will continue until they actualize their freedom. It will not stop. Mike Macbeth says, you've murdered an innocent sleep, and the sleep will sleep no more. Nigeria is a business organized for the white masters. There's no interest for anybody. Even the Fulanese are down there say it's okay. I know how many of my Igbo friends have come in 1 minute equity. I know how many of my Igbo brothers an election. We can't be sitting down here and pretend like we don't know what's going on. Come on, guys.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Just because you
I have a
already
question for you, Imperfect.
for who?
You.
I'm not giving this permission. Why they ask me questions?
Imperfect. Can I ask the question? Imperfect.
No question.
Okay,
Please,
okay,
hold on.
okay. Can I correct an impression? There's an important information that needs to be corrected.
Oh,
please. No, please. Remember, this is a learning space, and it's also important that we correct things. My brother, Mr. Fact, there's a seaport in the Niger Delta today at One. It is functioning. The only problem is that you do not have good access to it, and that is why I say that it is also important that we hold ourselves accountable. Now, that port was built by the federal government. It is functioning right now. What can we do as a people? This is where the people representing us in the National Assembly comes in. Can we get them to elevate the conversation of that port to make sure that the road connecting it from the southeast and south-south is dualized?
and is in good state. Then two, get custom to reduce their import duty, because the only reason why people are not
That's
using
what I
that place to
wanted to
import
ask
a
you. Is
lot.
the import duty the
Allow
same
me,
with Lagos?
excuse me, can I finish? Excuse me, can I finish? Because there was no port before, but now it has been built. Can we get the import duty reduced? So these are political conversations. That is the point I want us to understand. Just like there was an energy plant in the southeast that had been moribund since, a governor came in and saw the need to help make it work, function. So that is what we need to do, and we can do it. But let's stop this complaint and channel this energy to somewhere. Channel it to the right set of people that will get this work done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, Mazi, what's your question before we go to new speakers, please?
I like projecting a future. Let's say the 5 southeast states that they are talking about that the Biafrans should go with, of southeast states of today. Should it be that Biafrans live with that 5 southeast states? And in future, it happens to be that some people from a bank and this Anyama of today want to join Biafra, and the government is oppressing them, just like what happened in Ukraine. Would you vote for the Biafran government or government to intervene militarily to get them back, like to annex them back into Biafran soil?
Come again. Hold on. Sorry, I did get make a comment. So said some people living in like outside
I said,
southeast
like Buhari said that on the country should go with his 5 southeast states. Then let's say that we left with that 5 southeast states, and in future, people from Anyoma and Banki, said that they want to join back to Biafra, like what happened in Ukraine, the Donbass and Donetsk region, and the Nigerian government refused. Instead of that, started killing them. Would you vote if it's put like if there is a vote that they put up for you to vote? Will you vote for Nigerian and Biafran government to intervene, maybe militarily, in that cause?
Well, on that note, I think that's where we have diplomats. That would be like kind of negotiation. But by then, I think if Biafra should be a state by then, I think that everybody living in those places ought to have their nationalities as Biafrans. They could have like dual citizenship. But then, if it comes to
we don't give that citizenship for being perfect. In any country, we get their citizenship, go denounce them. You're a Biafran. We know they give dual citizenship.
So
you're either a Biafran or you are not a Biafran. Nothing like going another country passport. We know they do that nonsense.
These are the issues.
I will humbly drop my Nigerian passport. I can only have 2 citizenship, so I will drop my Nigerian passport and take Biafra with the one in America. Simple.
Okay, now Mazi, can Mr. Fact hold his American passport and that of Biafra?
Can you be a US citizen and be another country citizen at the same time?
Yes.
Yes, you can. You can have 2 citizenship.
Yes, you
can you enroll into the military? Can you enroll into the military?
Yes,
you can.
With dual citizenship.
Yes, you can.
Yes, you
Even
can.
without...
I will have to read up on that.
Okay,
you don't
Mazi,
need to read up. I'm telling you right now. I'm giving you first-hand information. That's a big piece.
Okay, thank you. Mazi, even in America, it's even easier because without citizenship, they will just take you into the military.
In fact, many Africans today are getting into the US military because of the citizenship. So they have the US citizenship.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But like country like Ukraine, Cameroon, they don't accept. You can't have their passport and have another country's passport at the same time. That's my point.
I don't know for Cameroon. We're talking about Nigeria.
Okay, now let me speak the one I know of. Maz, I think it is just of recent they allowed Turkish people to have dual citizenship. Only Nigerians are mostly.
Thank you very much. That was my point.
So up until now, it's either you're a Kenyan or let me say a German or Austrian. I guess so. You can't have even Ghanaians. You must denounce one. Only Nigerians are allowed to have it because of one, the population, and Nigerians travel a lot. You will reach somewhere, they will say person don't do something. You will reach that place. They will play saying that German. You will reach that place in Nigeria, or you will reach this one from Turkey. You know. So on that note, Nigerians could just then could be allowed to have their dual citizenship. But Mazi, let's move on. But America, you don't need, if you enter America today, say you get green card, but by the following day, say you want to go join army, the way they will take them just like embrace you, you'll be shocked. So that's why I made a tweet. It's a fact. So in the next 5 years,
Americans are begging
we
for
are
more
going to have
soldiers.
more.
They are recruiting more
Mark,
soldiers because that's
Mr.
the
Fact,
only way they stay powerful.
yes, Mr. Fact, in the next 5 years, we are going to have more Nigerians serving in American army, in American military than in Nigeria.
I agree
In the next 5
100%.
years, we will have
I agree.
more Nigerians serving in American military than in Nigeria. Just watch. But
True,
I hope not.
true.
Let's move on. And please, Ikwere, please, are you from Ikwere land or River State?
Yes, I'm from
Okay.
Ikwere.
Okay,
Very
please.
proud one.
Okay, hold on. I know say you guys are proud because when I say land up and down. I see one person again will get one name like that. Ben, do you live in Switzerland? Ben, do you live in Swiss?
No. I live in Nigeria. I'm Nigeria rising.
Are you also from River State?
Let me introduce myself. Don't need of asking me.
No,
Let me just
it's not
introduce
yet.
myself.
Get your turn to
Is
speak.
that not
And
the
ask
same way you
question.
can introduce yourself? Are you
Don't
from River
introduce
State?
yourself.
So
Are you from
that's
River
what
State or not? That's what I'm asking.
I am not. I'm from Kogi State.
Kogi State. Okay, lovely.
Not from,
Wait, are you
Hey,
okay? Wait, are you Igbo Kogi?
yes, and that's why I come on the space. I saw
Wow, that's
the
okay. That's lovely.
started to come and
Okay,
yeah.
okay, that's lovely. Hold on,
So
please. Okay, hold on. Dino Melaye, hold on. How, Jesus? The difference between Kogi and Igbo be say they don't please sell land. Now your wife they go snatch. Ben, hold on, please. I beg. Let's hear from Awin Bumi. I beg Benedict Umahi. Please hold on, please. You be regular customer. I know where you come from. Ifeku. I don't know what they are doing here. We're not talking about marriage and relationship here. I don't know what they are doing here, but Ifeko, you are welcome to. Pastor Zubike, you are also welcome.
Imperfect, respect yourself.
I beg, let's hear from my brother Awi Bumi. Awi, how are you doing today? Longest time. Over to you, please.
I did, Mr.
Good to hear
Imperfect.
from you again.
Yeah. So this is your Okene. This is your Okene. Wandiala.
More.
Yes, sir.
No.
Let me introduce myself. I used to be a regular, I'm a participant in this platform, and my father is a Ghanaian from the beautiful region, Upper East in Ghana, and my mom is from Abangwa, Abia State. Abangwa. That is the most. I think the Ngwa people are the most dominant. Or the largest tribe in Igbo land. My issue is this. I have issue with the apex traditional organization or cultural organization in Igbo land, Ohaneze. The reason why our people from that were gerrymandered outside the Southeast, what you know as Southeast today, is because of the inactions or actions of the Ohanese and Igbo. Falsehoods, when you allow falsehood to, thrive for a longer time, that falsehood will become truth. And there is no way you will, retrieve it. These are our people in Delta State, in Kogi, in Edo, in Rivers, and the rest of them are behaving the way they are behaving today simply because of the failure of their big brothers to find them, bring them back to the fold, Make them know that they are Igbos, that their brothers are the Igbos. The Nigerian system created these anomalies that we are trying to solve today. If they were proactive in everything that they were doing that time, not allowing politics to sway them, we won't be having this problem today. I'm
Divide
a
and
Ghanaian.
conquer, white supremacy. Continue.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I was a military man. I served in the Nigerian army for 18 years and I resigned with the rank of a warrant officer second class. I took part in Yugoslavia from 1991 to 1992. I fought in Liberia for 3 years, 8 months, Sierra Leone, Bakassi Peninsula. That was my last operation, my military campaign, trying to raise the flag of this same Nigeria that has been keeping Igbos away. You are not fit to rule Nigeria. You are not fit. Igbos have been made to be irrelevant when it comes to politics of Nigeria. I support Igbo. Mr. Imperfect, you know my stance. Even if it is devil that is going to fight for the restoration of Biafra that has been there, bite of Biafra that has been changed from the map of Nigeria. Even if it is devil that is fighting to restore it, I will support it wholeheartedly. Because what is happening in my mother's ancestral land is nothing to write home about. The invaders that are coming don't know whether you are a Jaw, a Nioma, a Banke, a Bibio, Efik, Ogoni, and the rest of you, even the Igbos. I had the opportunity to witness the Sharia riot in Nigeria. That time I was in 1 Mechanized Infantry Division. I know what I saw there. If we keep deceiving ourselves, keep fighting amongst ourselves, we will have a very serious problem. I would like to see a situation when everybody that has anything to do with the Igbo people to come together and unite yourselves and fight that big elephant in the house that is trying everything possible to take over your land. I was an insider. Ijos were killed. They called them Igbo. Ibankes were killed. They called them Igbo. Ogonis were killed. They called them Igbo. Why? Because of Sharia. And when we come back home, we continue to divide ourselves and enabling them to carry out all these atrocious deeds against our people. When are we going to rise up and find and believe that we are one people?
Open the port authority, let
What
everything function. Igbos will rise and they're scared. They don't want that. That's why they're going to take all those stuff away.
you see, bro, I am a livestock farmer. I have over 258 cows. And as I'm talking to you, 111 calves in a ranch. Nobody is killed. They are in a ranch, improvised ranch. It is now that I am, fighting to see if I can, establish it to a modern ranch with collaboration from Netherlands. Nobody is killed. Why are we going to allow ourselves to enable people who are doing their private businesses to take over our land? These are private businesses. And if you don't know, these cattle rearers are one of the richest people in Nigeria. They can do anything If you ignore them at your own peril. Take, for instance, in Lagos, over 9,000 cows are slaughtered every day. Multiply it in a month, multiply it in a year, and no one is less than 250,000. No one is less than 250,000. Where are those monies going to? And that is why they are fighting the way they are fighting today, in order to make sure that states give them ranches, provide ranches for them. And for the Anyoma people, I will say this to you. I'm a Ghanaian, but I have interest in Biafra land. And what affects my people in Biafra land affects me. And that is why I do what I do anywhere I go to, any platform that I see myself. It is high time. What our elders refuse to do or fail to do, we the youths, I am 49, we the youths must make sure that we correct them. We cannot continue to divide or play the scripts of these aliens
Colonial masters
that has come into our space to take over our space. Our governors and political leaders are weak. I listened to Abaribe. Abaribe was suggesting for them to go and tinker with the Land Use Act before states will be able to give them lands to build their ranch. That sends some shockwaves into my spine. I say, if that is done, what will be? Where is the land? They call us dot in a nation. Dot nation. Where are the lands that Abia State is going to give these people? If they tinker with it, with the Land Use Act. We have been subjugated, Mr. Imperfect. Everything that we are going to do must gear towards our own freedom. Slovakia is flourishing today. Slovenia is flourishing today. Croatia is flourishing today. Because
Serbia beat Belgium 1 hour
Serbia,
ago.
Bosnia
Just beat Belgium in football
Herzegovina.
1 hour ago.
Okay. Are they bigger than you? Why must we continue to validate a system that can never work, a system that is not benefiting you, a system that is killing you and raping our sisters and mothers in their farms?
54
Why?
years, sir. 54 years and still counting.
Why must we continue to do this? Why must we enable them? It's a shame that our people will.
Okay, please.
A group of people that will come together. They knew quite all right that when they single-handedly remove a broomstick, a stick of broom out of the bunch, it is easier to destroy
That's why
them.
they
And that
invaded
is what
Port
they have
Harcourt
done.
first and take care of the coastal.
Please, my people, do the right thing. Fight for your own freedom, because Nigeria is not a country that worth dying for. Thank you so much. And may God bless you.
God bless you
And may
too.
God bless my leader.
God bless Biafra.
Mazen Nnamdi
Yes,
Kanu.
sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good to have you once more. Thank you so much. Okay, I beg, make a call.
I'm sorry. Are you on Dr. Damage's show last Saturday?
Yes, sir. I was there, sir.
All right. Yeah, I saw you. Okay, cool.
Thank you, sir. God bless you,
Thank
uncle.
you so much. Thank you so much. If those person wey dey 49 they call himself youth, Nigeria cargo car dodo rima. Equity man, I beg, we begin to sell our land finish. No we hear from you. How you day today? Please, are you an Igbo man? Do you have an Igbo name? You know, Wike said his name is not Yesu Wike, he is Wike, not Wike. So I don't know. Do you have any?
Oh my God, it's funny. Oh, Jesus.
Imperfect.
Lord, help me. Why?
Well, imperfect. You know that
I don't
is
know. I
possible
don't know where you heard that one. Imperfect.
because person will answer Nick for
It's not
Yoruba
night.
for English
Not
na
night.
night.
Exactly.
So
So we can say
Wiki
white.
na white. Okay. Okay.
Okay, go
I
on,
know.
Ikere.
I don't know where I hear that one from. But imperfect. I greet you specially.
You're
Thank you very
welcome.
much for the opportunity.
Welcome, boss.
You see, when I saw the space, I decided to join to at least hear what other people are saying. But when I started hearing about how people come, some of the speakers, we are saying so much false history about Ikwere, and they even went to the extent of insulting our people. One of them said that our leaders are lying to us about our identity, that they are enslaving us, and I find it very disrespectful. The other person said that anybody in Ikwere land claiming not to be Igbo are migrants, that they are not aborigines. Very disrespectful. Are you saying our kings are not aborigines of our land? You see, it was very disrespectful. I found it very disrespectful. Even if people want to say things, at least you have to respect the other ethnic nationality. It doesn't matter how our numbers, you know. But I just want to say something. It's coming to space to say things you read on Wikipedia or call our kings all sorts of names will not change the identity of Ikwere people. It will not. You cannot change the identity of people in the 21st century. Ikwere is already recognized as an official, as a distinct ethnic group in the Nigerian Gazette. Maybe people need to start understanding these things. So you need to know that no matter how you come to say things or do this, you cannot change the people's identity in 2024. But let me just put certain things straight so that people will understand. Now, Ikwere, we don't have a problem with Igbo people. We're a very peaceful people and we accommodate all the tribes. We marry the Igbos, we marry from all the tribes. So we don't have a problem with the Igbo people in terms of relationship. In fact, it's only on social media that I see people come and talk about the Ikwere people anyhow, insult us. But on ground, these people relate with us peacefully, respect us, we respect them. But on social media, I don't know why these people always have so much interest in telling histories of other people, believing they know the history of Ikwere people more than we Ikwere people ourselves. And when we say our history, they say, "Oh, you're lying. You don't know your history. They did this, they did
Please, are
that."
you from Benin, Edo State, or from Igbo land? Which side?
Please, I'm speaking. When I finish, you can say whatever you want to say. Now, many people say that Ikwere people started denying our identity because of the incidents of the Biafran War. But this is not correct. As at 1965, Ikwere already had a distinct sociocultural organization that unites our people as a different ethnic nationality. Before the Biafran War, you can use a few seconds of your time and go on Google and type Obako Ikwere. When was it established? Ikwere Sociocultural Organization, 1965.
Sorry, what did you call it?
Obako Ikwere Sociocultural Organization.
What does Obako mean?
It's like a
Why
gathering
not
of
speak
people.
Benin? Speak
Hold
Benin. Don't use Igbo
on.
word. Don't use. Stop using Igbo
These
word,
are
please.
Mazi, hold
Stop.
on.
Imperfect.
These are the issues. These are
Imperfect.
the issues.
Mazi, hold on.
Obako. You dey speak Igbo. You
Hold
say
on,
no be
Mr.
fact.
Fact. Hold on, please. Obako, please. What does it mean? Is Obako like an Ikure language? If I may ask, please. Is that how you guys call it in Ikure?
Imperfect. You see, I will not want us to be doing
Sorry,
these
not
things
you.
that.
Answer the
Sorry for
question.
Hold on, let me
Munna.
answer the question now.
people
Hold
should allow
on.
him
If you don't
now,
want me to.
please. We are all here to learn. So please, Obako, what does it mean, please?
Now, Obako Ikwere, the Obako
Yeah.
you see there is like a gathering.
Gathering. Okay.
Yes.
So
Now,
wait.
yes.
Is Obako an Ikwere language or an Igbo language?
It's an Ikwere language. and we are
Okay.
proud of
Do,
it.
These are the
do you know?
confusions.
Do you know? Wait,
Actualization
hold
of
hold
self.
Oh,
on
imperfect. Allow me
now.
to finish so you can ask
Okay,
me your
go on.
question.
Okay, go on.
Imperfect.
Go on. Yes, go on, sir.
Allow me to finish. You see, people say, "This, what is this in your language?" It means the same thing in my language. That means your language is the other person's language. It's not correct. Every language, no language is an island. Today, there are certain words in Ikore language that are similar with Igbo language. There
Not
are certain
similar.
words
Point
in
one that is
Ikore
not similar
language
with Igbo. Point one
that
that
are
is not similar
similar.
with Igbo.
Hold on,
Point
hold
one
on.
Equatorial word that is not similar with
Oh,
Igbo, please.
imperfect. Allow this guy to let me speak. Now, no language is an island. In Edo language, there are certain words that are similar with Yoruba language. In Igala language, there are certain words that are
Because
similar with
Yoruba are
Yoruba
part of
language.
Edo.
So
Edo.
Guys, please allow him speak now. I'll give you extra 5 minutes again. No. We go there for years, so he will talk like 120 minutes. Let him speak now, please. Please.
Thank you, imperfect. Thank you very much.
Yes, 2 minutes more,
So
please. Thank
people
you.
should not say that because certain words are similar or means the same thing in your language and Ikore language. It means that it's not a fact. So now Ikore already had a socio-cultural organization that unites our people as a distinct ethnic nationality before the Biafran War. So people will come up to say we are denying our identity because of Biafran War. All those things are propaganda. They are just fabrications. They are not correct. Now people come and say that all your names are Igbo names. You answer Igbo names. It is not correct. Not all Ikure people have Igbo names. There are Ikure names unique to our people that we also answer. So when you see some people answer Igbo names, don't think that because you see this person answer Igbo name, mean everybody answer. It's not correct. And in Ikwere land, there are some of our people that have Yoruba names. There are some of our people that have Ijo names. There are some of our people that have Epeye names. So it is not about say because you answer a name of the other ethnic group, it means that your identity is tied to that. It's not correct. It's not correct. Now, people need to understand that the query identity, it has been there from time immemorial. We are connected by ancestry. So today, the Igbo people, they have an identity as Igbo ethnic nationality. And as much as I know, there are people from the Igala ancestry, people from other ancestry that came together and make up the Igbo identity. And people respect people for that. Today, the Ikwere people, we have no ancestral link with the Igbo people. People need to understand this. Our lifestyle, the way we do our things, is totally different. And now we have, listen, we have Igbo quarters in Ikwere land. It shows you that we know how the Igbo people came to our land. And before they started answering Igbo, because some Igbo people don't know this history, they are fed with propagandas. Before the
Do you
Igbo
know
people
that in
started answering,
2018, Ikwere man was the
hold on,
vice president of
hold on,
Organized Igbo? Are you aware of that?
hold on.
Let him
Are you
finish.
aware?
Please, Ikore, I beg. You see, I dey fear make I no go wake up tomorrow now. See my land for Port Harcourt for sale. I no get now make I just fear you so they give you extra time. I beg. Use like 2 minutes, like a minute more. Take up, I beg. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, okay. So now we have Igbo quarters in Ikwere land. We know the Igbo people. Before they started answering this Igbo identity, we don't know the Igbos as Igbos. We know them as Isoma people, Aruchuku people. So we have the Aru Igbo camps, settlements that we gave them, like, you stay here. And they are there up to today. And they are not
Guy,
the
I
only
best come to
people
the
who are
sky line
there.
on space. Now, guy, you the insult Igbo people there.
Hold
Just
on,
mind
it's
your
not
words.
an insult. We also have Hausa
Instead,
quarters.
Imperfect go mute
It's not
me.
an
You see this
insult.
one we dey sell
We
now?
also
It
have
will sell.
Hausa quarters.
This one that
Hold
you are
on.
selling
We
now will
have
not sell,
Hausa
guy.
quarters in
It will
Ikwere
not
land as
sell.
we
Stop
hear.
this your propaganda
Hold
and
on.
falsehood here, okay? Stop this your lie. Relocate to Bini. If you don't want to stay there, relocate to Bini where
If
you
you
come
don't want
from.
to hear what I'm saying, you drop
Relocate to Bini, guy.
interjection. What's
Relocate
wrong
to
with you?
Bini. Relocate to Bini. You can't be telling lie on spaces every
Somebody
time.
like
What
VK,
the
someone
answer Jam?
Amechi village
Nonsense.
is close to my village in Ohadi.
Every
And
time you
this
guys to
idiot
come on
is
spaces
telling
and
me
be selling
something
lies.
else.
What sort of nonsense is that?
we have Hausa quarters. We also have Hausa
Nonsense.
quarters in Ikwere land. If you go to Elele,
2026, if Ohanes the president will be zoned to Ikure land,
all right,
then
you guys
come out,
keep shouting. You
and
guys
tell
keep
them,
shouting.
come out
You are
then and
just
tell them that they will not
distracting
be,
yourself.
okay?
Every time you come on
Okay?
Twitter to be crying about Ikwere people.
2026, I said
Every time you come
2026,
and be
it
crying
will be
about Ikwere
zoned, it will
why
be
can't you
zoned to Ikure
respect
people.
yourself?
At that point, come out and tell them not to be, okay? 2026, it will be zoned to them. Come out.
You see,
Nonsense.
don't you see this people?
Thank you so much. Thank you
These people.
so
Well,
much. Thank
it's
you so
Guy,
much.
okay.
mute
You guys
Mike,
keep
go mute
shouting.
Jack,
We're
go
not
find
hearing
that Jack,
anything,
your
my
colleague
brother.
there.
If
No,
you
not
like, you are,
propaganda.
you are
Come from
ashamed
this
of
place,
yourself. You
guy.
are begging
Thank
people
you
This
to
your
so much.
speak.
propaganda not go
You
say
are
there.
begging
This
people
your
to speak.
propaganda
Are
not
you
go
not ashamed
say
of
it. Will not
yourself?
say it. Will not
How
say.
can you be begging people
It
to
will
leave
not
you?
say, bro. Relocate to
We are a
Benin where you come
total
from.
different people.
Bilu
So
guy,
respect
relocate to
yourself.
Benin. Go back to.
You are begging.
Thank you so much. Please, Ikwere man, please, do you have any native name? If I may ask. Do you have like any native name? Like an Ikwere name? If you do, I would love to know your Ikwere name, I beg.
But imperfect. You have not allowed me to round up. You are just, you see,
His
you're not
name is
letting me
Ovie.
just talk.
Ovie from Benin.
As if
Okay,
you don't want
if
me
you
to
try and
speak.
feel bonnet, you can walk out in a space, sir. Don't fire you.
You don't want me to. You
Don't say I don't want you to. It's spoken for like for 10 minutes now. Don't say such. That will make you an ingrate. Don't say such. I beg. I skip like three people. Give you the mic, make you speak. Don't say I don't want you to. Don't just do that now. It wasn't your turn. I just gave you the mic for you to speak. And yeah, you're saying that I don't want you to other people to speak for like 15 minutes. Come on now, guy. Why you talk like this? What if this one now? Stop it. It's not good. It's not fair. I ask you now, do you have any
no, it's not you. I mean this Mazi, this Biafra man, this Mazi that I'm talking about, not you.
Okay,
not you. He's the one that don't want me to speak. But let me just round up so that you can, ask anything. Now, today we have the Ikure Traditional Council. And this traditional council is made up of all the kings, all the traditional rulers of all the communities of Ikure land are members of our traditional council. And this traditional council have made headlines on Punch newspaper this day, and I even shared one on the Jumbotron, the nation, that we have never been Igbos and we're a distinct ethnic nationality different from Igbos.
Then
Why
go
can't
and
people
go and research
respect
your
this
language. Stop
position?
speaking Igbo. That's my point. Stop.
Why can't people respect?
Mazi, if someone is talking, please allow them to talk.
Now, perfect.
Don't be interjecting. I notice you be doing that. To be honest, allow the young man to make his point, and then if you want to say something, can raise your hand and ask question. Anybody interject again, I will drop the person. Like no cap. Where is it?
Excuse me, why was Dearly? Dearly, why did you Dearly, please take back the mic, please, if you're still here. I have questions for you, personal. Please take back the mic. If it's offer, perfect.
Hey, my bro, I did find your sorry.
What's up, man? What's up?
Yeah,
I wanted
good.
to ask,
Welcome.
yeah, like he can answer or any other Equatorial person can answer, right? He did say that that Equatorial people have some unique name. Guy, please mute your mic, please, mute your mic, please. I beg you. He did say that some Equatorial people have unique names, right? That we shouldn't think that they all sound like their names sound like Hebrews. I want him to come tell me which unique name a whole DLE query, DLE Imran. Let him come and tell me the unique name, the answer that doesn't sound like an Igbo name. I'm not saying you people should be Igbos. I'm not saying you guys are Igbos. In fact, I think I even know Port Harcourt more than some Ikwere people. I'm not bragging about it. That's me. Okay, I want him to come and tell me what name an Ikwere man, a real indigene of Port Harcourt, River State, that unique name that he answers that is not an Ikwere name. That is probably, it sounds like a little bit of Benin or a little bit of Igala or a little bit of whatever. I just want him to come tell me that. People just call me. I see people gather on Jackie's space. People say all sorts of everything, and I'm glad you even came here to say yourself that
we should stop listening to what the narratives people throw when they come on social media. But Jacques will open a space for you people. I'm waiting to see Jacques because I've tried to speak to him like a gentleman, like a friend, but he doesn't want to listen. He's very intelligent as well. But I don't see the reason why Jacques will open a space for you people to gather and you people group all the Igbos and say all sorts of atrocities about the Igbos, how people are going to maim the Igbos. I want to ask every Ikwere person in this space, what is the population of the Ikweres and what is the population of the Igbos? If people want to stand one by one against the Igbos, you came here daily to make a statement making us feel like, yeah, the Igbos were once from Igbo, then we kind of cut off from you guys. Really? Because that's what I'm hearing from you. The Igbos cut off from the Ikweres and decided to like, what if you go to Port Harcourt, well, what an Ikwere man describes the Igbos is Nye Roha. That's what they describe us, and it's fine. We love it. They accommodate us. They are very peaceful. You can own properties in their land. There was a time that you couldn't. There was a time that you couldn't. Some places we are considered as abandoned properties, and everything has to be like liquidated, right? But what I was hearing you say, like the Igbos just came from nowhere. We are trying to dominate everything. This, that. You guys want us, but you don't want us. It's like anything. Why is it that everybody have the Igbos in their mouth? What is that? They must be horrible people. It's always against them. Everybody hates them. There must be something wrong they're doing. You go to everywhere in the world, not just in Nigeria, anywhere in the world, everybody hates the Igbos.
Good evening. The scares of the war. That Biafran war sent a big signal to the West. Anybody who says otherwise, come talk to me. Let's discuss with a cup of coffee.
I live with these people. I enjoy their company. I don't think for all the years my dad did businesses there, grew his life there, gave birth his children there. He never had any problem with them. Late Chief Wapara James. I and his children, we grew up together. If I at all.
See, please, do we still have Anchor or co-host in this place? Because some of us have been here with our data and people are just hijacking the space without following the others, please.
Nobody's hijacking the space.
It's not your turn, Daniel. Daniel, nobody called you. When it was mentioned, nobody put
It's not Daniel that is speaking. Benedict, look at the unmuted. I'm the only one with the unmuted mic here. It's the co-host speaking.
Okay.
So you don't have respect
I don't
for
know who the next
co-host
speaker
anymore,
is.
right? You want to hear yourself 2 times.
Because I hate to come do this thing that I just did here. I hate to come do this thing that I did here. But Jacques will open a space. He will gather these people and they will say all sorts of atrocities, things that you not say in person to an Igbo person. People will open the space and say, but here you are, Mr. Daly, saying these things are only said on social media. In real life, the result is different. Nobody dares say anything. We live together, we wine together, we marry their sisters, they marry our sisters, we marry their children, they marry them, everything. But people will come on social media to utter all sorts of rubbish. Jacques, where is he from? Where is Jacques from? But Ukrainian people will gather on his face, and he is condoning everything. In reality, the Ukrainians will not want to have any issues with the Igbos. The Igbos are not having any issues with the Ikwere as well. I am boldly saying it. In reality, go to Port Harcourt. They will protect the Igbos with their life. When people come on social media just to rant and say all sorts of nonsense. I don't know who the next is, please.
Oh, thank you so much, guys. Make everybody calm down. Please, if I could please be on standby. Umahi to beg, make it calm down. Guys, let's make it like 4-5 minutes because some people now their data don't they finish. I beg, no vex. They won't use the remaining one to go help themselves this night before they go to bed. I beg. My Dino Malai, are you there? In the give 100.
No, Dino Malai.
Dino Malai is in the okay. Yeah, Bellu. You must choose one. Okay, go on.
I'm not Dino Malai. I'm not helping you.
Okay, go on, please. Just 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, my own is just brief.
Good evening, everybody. I really love what is going on here, and I just want the unity of the Igbos, the Igbo nation. I am from Kogi State, and it's because of that Kogi that I saw there that made me to come on this space to listen and get some information from people. Because I think that on Sunday or on Saturday, that someone hosted the space. I forgot to join it from River State. So I wanted to join the space so that I was able to listen and get what they are saying. But unfortunately, I could not make it. But when I saw this one today around 6, and I joined immediately. Please, guys, we need unity, all the Igbos. We are minority in the Kogi State. And the way they even did us, the way they made the whole thing be that they trying to change our name, our ancestral name. But thank God that our people were able to still hold on where they came from. So, because as it is, many of us are not even, and in fact, the queries are even trying to, or maybe a normal or whatever other state, are trying to answer Igbo name. But to our own, you will see us answering Ame, Umoru, this one, that. And meanwhile, it's not our name. Our ancestors' name are Idu, Enejere, Oke, Ikozara. In fact, my village, Gongongo name is Ozara, which is the Igbo name. So when I begin to ask questions, I realize that we're actually an Igbo. And we just migrated to that place. Our ancestors migrated to that place and settled, and that place became our land. And today, we're in Kogi State. And wholeheartedly, I'm an Igbo man. And nobody, either from Anambra, from Enugu, or wherever, that will come and tell me I'm not an Igbo, or even trying to cajole me, say I should come. I'm pure Igbo man. I'm only Igbo. Only Igbo Kembo. So, and as a result of that, I want a unity for the whole of the Igbo. The man that is from Ikwere and at the same time is not an Igbo man, and you are bearing Ikwere. What's the meaning of Ikwere, for crying out loud? Ikwere language, I be distinct. I don't know what he was saying. What is the meaning of Ikwere?
Another angle.
Ikwere simply means yes, I have agreed. I have agreed, or we have agreed. And Ikwere, that means
Ndi kwere,
we have
ndi
agreed.
kwere, ndi kwere ekwe.
You understand?
Can imagine, oh,
Another see,
an Igbo man say I
so
no be Igbo man.
I beg, there's a place that I just like see as circles
So
online. Don't argue, just move on.
as it is, anyị bụ ndị nọ na Kogi State na bụ ndị Igbo. Like in fact, where the thing funny me most. Igbo, yes. Ndị nchisu ka abịa n'ebe anyị ka bebe egoro ahịa. You hear our people say ndị Igbo abịa egoro, like I don't understand. And when ndị gara abịa n'ebe anyị ka egoro ahịa, you hear that ndị gara have come to buy something from us. I say, how? Where did we come from? But actually, our name, the whole of our town name is being called to a particular place that we came from in the eastern region, which is Enugu State. From our side to Enugu State is like maybe on a normal circumstance, if the road is okay, 20 minutes is enough to reach Nsukka Gongongo. So, anything like this now, when I see Yoruba people, they talk rubbish. No, this one is not an Igbo. This one annoy me mostly. And anytime I see that, I always attack them because I don't really like it. You don't tell me where I come from. I know where I came from. I have a clan. And because I realized that even when I was in the West, the way they operate is quite different from the way we operate. If you be buy in our own town, we have clans that are being set aside for each kindred. And those clans are what originate from the Igbo land. That's what our ancestors brought to that land. Despite that, I'm on the Kogi state. Our chiefs bear Igbo name. Onyish, that's the name of my chief name. Is Onyish. That's what they bear. Dimani, that is the name that our people bear as the what they call them as the chief. Now I'm talking to you, the name they gave me as the surname, I'm just waiting for my child to come. I will convert all of them to Igbo. In fact, my ancestral name, that one my forefather was bearing, that's what I will bring and add to them. So I will
Ikenga.
I've told my brother.
A minute more, please. Thank you.
I've told my brother, say, you better give your children the name that your ancestors are bearing. Because me, I'm so curious. I always make sure that I get to the root of what. Home, my grandmom Bonigara, fine. My grandmom Bonigara, I don't dispute that. I like that. But sorry, just give me a minute. I just want to explain something so that it will be clear. For that guy, from that Ikwere guy that's saying all manner of things that are not supposed to be. The father to my dad, my mom, I mean, is an Igbo man. He's from Nsukka. Then my dad is also from that side. The one that gave birth to my dad is also from that side. So why should I come and be claiming what I did not represent? So I'm an Igbo man. To me. I will ahead and no. This is the market that 4 days I rotate on the earth. So I'm an Igbo man. So please, everybody should bring peace so that we can move together. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And I'm leaving the speech.
Thank you so much.
See, I don't mind if the Hausas, the Fulanese are fighting the Igbos. It's always been there. I don't mind if the Yorubas are fighting the Igbos. It's always been there. But River State people think that Igbos have issues with them. That Igbos want to be their enemies. Your in-law, the person you're marrying, an Igbo man, like our fathers and forefathers might, hesitate me getting married to a Yoruba woman. But it doesn't cross their ears. Like, it's normal if I want to get married to an Ikwere person, or a Kalabari person, or a Buguma person, or Krika person, even a Akwa Ibom. Why? I don't know. What is the issue? If these people want to go, if they don't want to identify it as, people should leave them. These things shouldn't be issues. There are greater fights ahead that there are things that are more concerned to Nigerians than, oh, I don't want you to be identified. You should join us together. You should not join us. Everything ends here. Go to the streets, you hear things differently. The media will push everything and anything just to cloud people's mind. You need to be like on foot there to say things differently. People come here, you create enmities unnecessarily. Why? Why do you have to create unnecessary enemies? The other day I tweeted, like, before I went on my break, like, I'm looking for Ikwere people because I want to brush up my Ikwere. Am I sick to have issues with Ikwere people? Everything I am today, however way I was raised, that's where my father made his money to raise us as kids. If I go there and mention that particular compound where I was born and everything, all the way to Ruamas and everything, if I mention my name, they will carry me on their head. You breed respect wherever you go. But why is everybody like Igbos that people want to hate Igbos by every means? If you want to gather impressions on social media, just say one evil thing about the Igbos. Just concoct anything at all. And I think it's about time the Igbo guy is here. People should all of you should just start ignoring these people. It's not worth it. Reality is different. It's not worth it.
Amechi Bukuikwere, he never denied his Igbo-ness. Wike Bukuikwere never denied
Amechi's
his
village is
Igbo-ness.
close to my village, Daniel. Atohaji.
Abat Wikwe,
Very
late Abat
like
Wikwe, the one that died
5
that
minutes
helicopter
away.
crash.
Okay.
Well,
All right.
he never denied his Igbo-ness. No, imperfect. Let me a minute. Let me say this. That is why I say we should not fight over this conversation. Away from 19 okay. There, let me tell you, na in na Kogi. You did not migrate there. That has always been your place. Jani Neso na Nsoka. No, na Eke State na 1996. Na Eke Elu no tinye na Kogi State. Mano no bụ ndị Igbo. Anyị nwekwara ụmụnne na Benue State, nwee ya na Cross River, nwee ya na Delta, nwee ya na Edo. And that is why I always say they should own their Igbo-ness. We don't have to speak on their behalf. Kogi State should You understand? But see, this guy is no Ikwere Kobo. But so what I need, he should go and tell Amechi that he's not an Igbo man. He should go and tell Wike that he's not an Igbo man. They will fry him. They will chew him up. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I heard some months ago they were saying Amechi is not Igbo. His name is Orotimi. If Echo, please, I beg 5 minutes after you come to Pastor Azu, then come to Benedict. Benedict, you're going to have enough time. Then come to Mr. Raf, then Chuka.
Please, can I reply him with documented facts?
Baba, we don't get that. He's no more here. That guy came to lie and just left. He's not there.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, he left.
He ran away. Check the jumbo truck. Like I wanted to reply him with about 5 different documents.
You know what? Make a tweet on it.
Anthropologists, explorers, expeditionists, as of almost 100 to 200 years ago. These documents, I have so many documents. That is why when people lie here, I just laugh. This is what their chiefs said. Now, take the jumbo truck I posted now. Just posted something in the jumbo truck. This was documented by Dr. Pesi Amari Talbot, Tribes of the Niger Delta. If you see that man, it says the chief Ndele.
This guy,
let me finish. It says Chief Ndele Ikwere Igbo. This was documented 1921, if I'm not mistaken. It says in the northern part of the division, mainly inhabited by some 300,000 Igbo, forming the southernmost section of the great people. That is, he's talking about Igbo. Dr. Talbot recorded this. It said, the name Igbo was indeed only lately penetrated on that region inhabitants. And now for the night, if you take the other paragraph, it now says, those of this nation who dwell in the east of Semberero River to the Ikweri sub-tribe, they number 150,000 souls, and the Eches number 50,000. Now let's look at the second page. If you take the heading, it says Percy Amaritable. It now says, in many of the, especially in many parts, that's one that has heading of land spirits. It says, in many parts, especially among Ikweri Igbo, near Elele, Rimini. You understand? Already, Dr. Talbot have classified them as Igbos. Their chiefs, their kings told Talbot they were Igbos. Now, in the book I quoted this. If you take the book I quoted, CK Mix. Let me post CK Mix. Okay, let me finish with this one.
Chuka.
No, I want to clarify.
The person we want to clarify for no day here. Please wait. People don't dare stuff like only God knows how long. Wait, I beg. We don't see him on Jumbotron. I will share him. I already sent him a DM to come back. When he comes back, then we can then continue from there. I have time. Tomorrow I'm not going to wake up early in the morning. Please, Chuka, be on standby. I beg. Jack, I don't know. Whenever you're ready, just come in. I beg. We'll wait for you, Jack. Jack, I beg.
Let me finish up now.
You cannot finish up now. Not be your tongue. People hand it up. They've not spoken. Not be your tongue. What is this protocol system? So you make you just read one paragraph. Now you don't enter encyclopedia. Guy, wait.
My phone.
Guy, wait now. That's why we can take snatch power, grab them. Hold on, please. If Echo, are you there? A home management wants to speak. Now you wait get girlfriend the speaking with.
My girlfriend vex. My girlfriend vex.
Now let me wait them married for this platform. Take time, oh.
I beg, if I could, yeah, how you doing, my guy?
I'm good. I beg. Let me just be brief because, like you said before, this is not it's not a marriage seminar, something like. So I don't really have much to say about it. So But what I want to say is, we can't actually be dragging and making argument of whether people Ikwere and all this stuff. This Delta, Edo, River State, Kogi people, that they are part of Igbo. See, the people that will always come here to make some, to say some few things, they don't even know. Some of them don't even know where they came from. In fact, let me say some of them, they don't even know the ancestral roots. So I believe that, some we are saying here that we should forget about Biafra, bra, bra, bra. See, we cannot forget about anything Biafra because that is the only hope we have. So, but they are entitled to their opinion anyway. So, if truly we want to know,
who is speaking? I can't even see anybody.
Are you not hearing me, you guys?
Benedict, let me drop you and bring you back up.
Who? Can you hear me?
Carry on, carry on.
Hello? Are you hearing me, please?
If I could carry on, we can hear you. Carry on.
Okay, all right. So, if truly we are ready to know whether these people are Igbos, when the time comes, it's referendum that we answer it. As far as I'm concerned, we are not begging anybody to be part of Igbo or what Igbo people believe or they want to do. I tell you, the reason why, like somebody like Nnamdi is including these people is because he does not in any way want to leave any of our brothers behind. But when referendum is done and they said they don't want to, then you let them be. You understand? So, and it was really ridiculous that somebody came and was saying that. I mean, he was like saying you are begging people to be part of you. It's crazy. You understand? So, as far as I'm concerned, this is not a major issue. If they don't want to be part of us, that is it. That is by the way. But as far as I'm concerned, when we're talking about bringing development in Igbo land, honestly speaking, I have had people say a lot of things. There is nothing we can do in bringing development in Igbo land without total pulling out from Nigeria completely to control our destiny. As it is now, the destinies of our economy is in the hand of the enemy. And okay, look at what happened in Abia State. For instance, I will just draw the line here. What happened in Abia State? I think it was in this imperfect space that they were talking about IPOB, this and that. And I told them that is a lie. This is not IPOB, that this is Nigerian government. Look at it. The people that were killed, the 4 soldiers were Igbos. The 4 soldiers were Christians. Do you understand? And look at now the killing that is happening in the north. Soldiers are not bothered about them. They are now focused in Abia State just because of the development that is just coming, because they don't want any place in Southeast to be developed. So if you try to develop the Igbo land, as we say, then one day they may just organize one crime, and when it happens, they just come there and shoot aside and destroy everything we have labored for. So there's no way we can leave Biafra behind. As far as I'm concerned, Nigeria, I gave Nigeria the last chance, last election. And there's nothing good that is going to come from that nation, Nigeria. So for me, people that want to be part of us, let them be part of us. People that don't want to be part of us, please, let's keep going. We don't even need them. Thank you very much. Imperfect, I eat my mic.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please, don't we have women speaking on this page? Only one woman don't speak on this page since so. Eh? All right, thank you so much. Pastor Azubike, are you still awake or you don't sleep? You know, all these 50 plus people, I'm not 60 plus. Oh, I don't see one good person. Hold on. You say your name like waiting, Kelly White. K White. Make a look when I'm musical artist. Pastor Azubike, are you there? I thought this man don't come hand up sleep. Pastor John.
Hello.
Yes, old age.
Okay, imperfect. Okay, you call the name to the full. So,
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. You've been playing yo-yo with me, dropping me and bringing me up. So
It's your network, not me. Your
no,
network, sir. No vex. No vex.
thank you
Welcome,
so much.
sir.
I'm speaking
Thank you
here
so
for the
much.
first time.
Okay, welcome,
Yeah,
sir. Thanks for passing
yeah,
by. Thank you so much.
yeah. Thank you so much. So I will just start by asking. Let me say this in Igbo. They said, "Oga kama na oase ogbawa bia lawa na nwa bịara iku anwụgo." Yeah. Now what I'm saying is that in this kind of conversations, we should look at powers that are beyond supernatural power, factors that are beyond our control. In the context of Nigeria, this issue of Biafra, I think, is something that we should allow to play out on its own. The way the state is going, if the state collapses, you don't need to raise a gun to have a separate union or a separate state. What we have done with this agitation and the violence that have trailed it is self-destructive. So if we allow the states to go on self-reunation the way they are going, look at the way they are running the country. Everything is down. I'm in Abuja right now. For 2 weeks, I don't have electricity in my house. 2 weeks. And I'm on prepaid meter. That's my saving grace. Now, I listen to some of the things that have been said. I think that on my own part, those people, those Igbos who are more concerned about the use of the word Biafra, I think their fears are very founded. I have dealt with a lot of our people from River State, from Delta, and the rest. They're a little bit concerned when you talk about Biafra, but everybody is in agreement of that Igbo identity. And I think we should encourage more of Igbo identity than Biafra. I used to have a very good friend, and I don't know if you know this justice in Abuja, Justice Chinedu Oriji. The man is an Ikwere man. Now, some of his staff, when they met me, when I first got acquainted with them, they were very hostile because of Biafra. But when they saw through my views that I wasn't pro-Biafran, I believe that agitation was senseless. It's still senseless. I believe that this house will fall on its own. There are books already written. There are a lot of factors that lead to the collapse of a nation. It's not about these these things we are doing. We are just disturbing ourselves. So when they saw that I wasn't, that they became very brotherly. We speak Igbo there. In fact, the judge, when I'm talking with him, we don't speak it, we use Igbo. But when you alienate your people by this scare, those trauma, they are real. The experiences, we have to respect that. In Germany, Auschwitz, you know the history behind Auschwitz, it's still a trauma for the people that were affected. The same way the war, we were all victims, quite right. But we can heal by downplaying this. Of course, it could come up later, but for now, we should play more about our common aspirations, our history as a people, our cultural affinity, and play down on this. It's scary. For me, I don't like, most of the people who are agitating, they were not born. They don't even know what happened. My mom will always tell me, when you say Biafra, say, no, don't talk. Because my mom trekked kilometers carrying her junior brother on her back during the war. So it's not something that anybody will, because Nigerian government is bent on making it a war. There is no way you agitate peacefully without them killing people, taking their bodies away. There is no way you'll agitate peacefully without Nigerian military intervening to create chaos. So you cannot get it by any means, not even by a referendum, by any way. It has to be by the state. Or its state suffering its own internal contradictions. It has happened to great kingdoms. So that is my view. And I want to also cite the example of in China, there is an experience that have been playing out. The Chinese have these internal divisions. The Hong Kong, Taiwanese, and the Macau. They of course they don't joke with their Chinese identity, the language, the Mandarin identity and culture, but they don't want to be associated with ideological China. So that is what I see when I see an Equatorial person. I say, yeah, it's possible they are afraid of the term Biafra, but not the cultural Igbo. We must not conflate both, because I understand the trauma they face when they have to be confronted with the ideological Biafra, but not the cultural Igbo. So I think that's the one we need to keep emphasizing rather than criticize those who say, oh no, we don't want to be part of Biafra, but we are Igbo. Now there's something I want to point out that we may be missing because it could be the elephant in the room. It's like chasing a man who is carrying an elephant on his head, using a leg to look for a squirrel. That is what we are doing. Those Igbos from the southeast. You have Anioma in the whole of the south, and I have to be respectful here to other parts of the south because there is no part of the south I have not lived in. I speak most of the language. I speak Ibibio, I speak Efik. I know most of the south. Now, this is the fact. Anioma is a super regional block to deal with. You cannot be talking about Kwere. Kwere doesn't have the human capacity. I have a lot of respect for Kwere. They are very accommodating and very peaceful people. But when you look at Anioma as a subgroup, Anioma is what we should be really canvassing for in terms of the quality. Have you seen the list of commercial banks in Nigeria, international quoted conglomerates? Have you seen the quality of sons and daughters of Anioma running these shows globally? Have you looked at the academic prowess of? There is no difference between Anioma and Anambra State. The quality of humans, the capital that Anioma comes with. And we are practically looking for regions that have not really come together. We need a chair, Oba, Ebwe Mandone to come together. Why I'm raising this, I'm not being condescending towards our upland rivers Igbo because my father was a friend to Ebitukiwe. And I know the conversation that led to the creation of River State. When there was an opportunity to create a Port Harcourt state, that was 1995. The proposal of Obiwale was defeated by people like Ebitu Kiwe. And I know some of the details that led to him saying, no, we must not cut off the upland Igbos from the coastal. So it's a long story. But I want to say this. Until our people in the upland understand their identity and what they can come up with. As of today, I was in a meeting, Hanese event, and I realized that even to today, we've not seen candidates from Upland River State coming up for the Ohanese presidency. And you cannot just throw this thing at them because that minute somebody comes up, oh, I'm Igbo. No, you have to show commitment. You have to show participation. You have to show that you are proud of your cultural identity. They are not doing that. Ohanese president practically had to reach out to Peter Odele. They have tried to reach out to Chibudo Muche. Chibudo Muche's father was a very prominent founder of Francis Ella, Chibudo Muche, and there's a RBC. In 1976, they were signatory to the charter that set up Ohanese and Igbo. Today, where are they? They are running away from responsibilities. So I don't think they have put themselves together the way Anioma has done. So I think we have to look at Anioma and what we can get there. Finally, as I close, I want to say this. My only concern for River State, for Port Harcourt, is that I'm scared of, I'm rounding up now. This is my last point. I'm scared of the stagnation of Port Harcourt like we have had in Southern Cameroon. If you know the history of Southern Nigeria very well, the same propaganda was used for Southern Cameroon, the English-speaking Cameroon, and they forced the Igbos out of Cameroon. My father was a very prominent trader in Southern Cameroon. Bamenda, Bill, and Victoria were thriving commercial port cities. today those places are ghost towns. In fact, today Southern Cameroon is so poverty-stricken that they are even most of them are in Cross River State now as refugees, and there's so much conflict there. Port Harcourt has not met its potentials because of the agitation to drive or to have a grip for only indigenes and not allowing Igbos to participate the way it should be. Because I remember the vision of Michael Okpara. Go and read Michael Okpara's vision for the Garden City. Port Harcourt is not living up to that, and that is why Lagos is what it is. So I think that's my only fear. If we diminish Port Harcourt by this bigotry and sectionalism, that would be a tragedy because Port Harcourt is so perfectly situated to play that pivotal role for the whole of Southern and Southeast. So that's my point. So thank you very much. I yield my mic.
Thank you so much.